It's time. Hello and welcome to the annual games I made in the past year stream, where I play through and talk about some of the games that I made in 2020. And this year I'm going to be joined by a number of my collaborators as we play through and discuss some of these titles that, titles and prototypes and future titles that I invested time in the past year. So first up, we're going to be talking about Hive Time, which is a bee-themed management sim and base builder that I initially released at the end of 2019, but also did a fair bit of work on in 2020, including two major updates. I don't know, one of them. Two major updates. What do we got? 25 patches on top of that as well. So to talk about this game with me, I'm going to bring on the game's composer, Peter Silk, who composed the lovely music that you can hear right now. Aubrey Serr, who painted the portraits that past queens have, and Miriam Rosa, who did the initial jam version of the game with me and also contributed a bit of art along the way. So let's pull them in now. Hi guys, welcome. Uh-oh. Doesn't sound...
Hey!
There we go, I can hear an Aubrey.
Oh, it's muted.
Alright.
Hey.
Might turn you guys down just a touch compared to everything else. Sorry, this is stuff that I should have done before we started, but I'm not sensible enough to remember to do that. I think that's better. Maybe, if we're lucky. Alright. That is the wrong one. I'm sitting here changing the wrong volume setting. There we go. Okay. Now you guys shouldn't be clipping. Right. So, Peter, I think you probably did the most amount of work on Hive Time this year. So I will give you the honors as I fire up the game and we get into playing. Do you want to talk a little bit about what it was that you did, what it was like to build on the existing work that you'd done on Hive Time, and any challenges or particularly exciting things that you found along the way?
Sure. So the main work that I did, apart from a couple of things for some trailers, was 3 new tracks for and that breaks down between existing events and ones that have been expanded. And was there any new event in that? I can't remember whether there was anything that was totally new.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything that was entirely new. But yeah, we did sort of revisit and reshape.
But as much as possible, we'd always wanted there to be a music track for anything that was a unique event that had a kind of running, recurring storyline that went through the game, and these qualified, and also in particular anything that suggested music. So there was a party with there was sort of a rave with flashing lights and lasers and things which suggested something more danceable, and there was a ballet dancer which suggested something more delicate and kind of the opposite flavor to that, but still danceable in some way. And then there was the party, the dung beetle party, which wanted something a bit more folksy and rustic, and so I made specific pieces for those events, and it was fun to go back to. I really enjoyed doing the soundtrack the first time around. I had quite significantly changed around and upgraded my equipment when I revisited it, and so there were some challenges in just getting the old, because I needed to use some of the old files as reference, so just getting those back up into gear, just making sure that all of the files were pointing to the right samples, which all now live in different places. But no, apart from that, it was kind of easy to slip back into, I suppose.
Yeah. We'll listen to some of those tracks specifically, but we'll move on and have Aubrey talk about some of the portrait work that he did.
Yeah, I really enjoyed, kind of like the Queen seems like it's like the central character, obviously, and it seemed like a great opportunity to push kind of the different personalities, or the exact kind of personality of like a bee queen seemed kind of interesting to me. So it was a lot of fun to explore that and try out these personas within a range, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're all similar in that they're all queens, but they're all. I tried to make them all different and unique.
So initially,
one of the things that
this is like a feature that I'd wanted to have in the game, and nearly cut it. And at the last minute, you came in and painted one portrait that we're able to include in the release version of the game. But then, as part of the informational update, I'm pretty sure we shipped it as part of the informational update. You did a further sort of 8 portraits that were like really a lot more personality focused than the previous ones. There's one on screen at the moment that's a queen reclining in a flower with a crown on her chest, and I really liked the kind of fantastical aspect that some of them have. Some of them are more mundane, and I think it's important to have that kind of variation. But yeah, this sort of unexpectedly fantastical stuff really blew me away.
That first portrait that I originally did, it was okay. It was definitely fine, but I wanted to improve the quality for the kind of the expanded set, and I was happy because I think I was able to do that. I feel like compared to a lot of the other work on the game, it's not that big of a deal, but it's cool that this sort of Easter egg. I really like helping expand stuff and add surprises. So that to me was exciting.
Yeah, and the portraits, I think, as you say, they're not something that's immediately a part of the game. They're sort of something that if you're enjoying the game and you're playing multiple generations of queens, then they're going to become relevant, and I think they're going to carry a lot of meaning when they do, and that feels important to me.
Yes, exactly.
And so last, but certainly not least, is Miriam, who, as I mentioned, did the initial jam version of the game with me, and did a fair bit of the event art. She also did like a first pass on the 3D models for the role-based cells here, which is pretty cool. Miriam, do you want to have a quick talk about what you're most proud of in Hive time, what you felt you learned along the way, and what kind of stuff you were excited to add in 2020?
Okay. I don't know what I'm most proud of. I may come back to that. I'll let that one sit for a little while.
No worries.
I really like what I really like about Hive Time, like the art that we've got in there, is that it doesn't show a progression. Like as you go through the game, things will pop up at various stages, but all of the initial like game jam art that we have in there, that's kind of quick and simple. Things like the weather like the season events,
I'll
or
bring
are
one
they
them up.
called events?
Yeah. There's
Yeah, they're
just
because
stuff.
they were done in the very, very initial game jam.
I think
They're super
Cold was
fast.
the first one, the very first one, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think it looks fine. You know, they fit in with the game, but I can sort of see how I was like, as it comes out is how it shall be. You know, like didn't really have a lot of time to revise everything, so it came out pretty good. But the artwork that I ended up doing last year was a lot more sort of complex. It's got a lot more. I was more comfortable with the design of the bees, so we start doing things like drawing them from behind or getting a bit more of their bodies in, things like that. And also purely because we had more time, you know, I had a lower volume of images that was required. Yeah, and just from being more comfortable with it, we start to get these more. Yeah, see, we got 4 bees in that one. There's no way I would have put 4 bees in an image in a jam.
4 bees and a B Wilson.
That would be 4 images. And what?
A B Wilson.
Oh yeah. The
Yeah, so
little
this,
Bee Wilson.
I think
oh,
this
my
was
goodness.
one that we added as part of the Hive, the informational update, I think. So this was one of the fairly late ones that came in. And this one's like even got some legs visible, which I don't think we really had this design that had legs to it, but didn't really show them anywhere at all.
Yeah, it tended to be because the events were focused on, you know, sort of a more portraity, because they're kind of about conveying particular emotion. So you generally just mostly want, you know, head and torso anyway. It wasn't 100% about me not wanting to draw all those legs. We did the thank you screen as well in 2020.
Yeah, I'll show
to
that
like remind
when we're
people.
done.
Yeah, and so we did, because I had a lot more space on those walls, so I wasn't trying to fit those into just the small image area on the events. We had pretty much the whole page. We've got some more complex full body bees going on in there, and they were really nice to do. It was nice to sort of have that room to expand. So yeah, I think I quite like them. See, as I talked myself through it, I figured out what it was that I was most proud of. I like the design of the bees, and eventually being able to figure out like how to get them to look kind of just to, you know, be coherent every time I drew them, because initially we were trying to work out during the jam how to draw bees, and how to make them cute and how to have them, you know, function well within the game and in the images. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that was a bit of a challenge, but you know, we got there. So I enjoy the bee design.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm gonna play a little bit. Not going to spend anywhere near as long as we did last year, since this game has already been out for a little while. But I there were a few things that I wanted to bring attention to. One is that early in the year we released some versions of the game based on the sort of 10th day, because we started this for a 10-day game jam. For the 10th day version, it's a little bit tweaked from that. A few less crashes, and a couple of missing assets have been put back in. But I was really glad that we were able to sort of release something that reflected that that initial state, that initial past, that initial idea for the game. And so that's available as a separate game on itch if anybody wants to check that out and see where Hive Time's origins, or what Hive Time's origins look like. You can find that. But moving beyond that, the next sort of big thing that was added to the game was all the stuff in the informational update. And I guess the focal point for that was the Beepedia, which Miriam did some extra art for, which I'll bring up here. So where are we? Special Bees. Here has a new piece of art that's not anywhere else in the game. Under resources, we now have Bee Effort, which is what your builders expend when they're making stuff. It's generally what bee sitters expend when they're working at nurseries and all that sort of stuff as well. And then we also had this cooldown resource as well, so you can't do too many queens at once. There's a bit of a limit on how many you can do, and this one ended up being a little back to the future reference here. I don't know why we specifically did that, but I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's about maybe our most tongue-in-cheek sort of referential image that we've got in there. Like, if anyone,
Yeah, I
whether
think so.
that's
Yeah, I don't think
derivative.
no, I mean, like, the Wilson is not the focus of the sort of Lost Bees event image that we saw before. I can't think of anything else that's like really as overt or a dominant a reference. Like even the stranger in a strange hive in the one that converts everyone to workers is it's not super present. So yeah, the Bpedia is something that we talked about having in the game for a long time, but weren't really able to prioritize putting it in ahead of all the other things that the game needed in time for release. Is there a reference to Eric the Half a Bee? There is not. I kind of wish there was. One thing that, well, I suppose the Beatles. The Beatles is a really big reference.
Good point.
And that does give me a nice segue into. Hang on. What is the best way for me to do this? Oh yeah. I know what I'll do. So as part of the Bpedia, coming back to events, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute the game so that we can do this nicely and give the event the kind of attention that it needs. One of the events that made it into the game in time for release is an initial event. It's called Ticket to Ride. Started off as this idea that that some bees would want to become foragers so that they could go and attend a rock concert. And Miriam painted these kind of Beatles-inspired beetles, which in turn inspired Peter to do a Beatles-inspired song. And we had talked about, as part of development, and this is all stuff that happened last year, so I don't want to linger too long on the specifics, but as part of making it, we'd kind of explored the idea of doing like a human lyric version of the song, because the song's got kazoos instead of voices when this event comes up.
Yeah.
But I've
got some headcanon about that as well, by the way. I in my head I know why that is. It's not in the Bpedia though.
Yeah. Go for it.
So yeah, so the Beatles, as in the original band, the Beatles.
This conversation's gonna get confusing.
They were, or rather, their publishers were always trying to figure out ways to break them into new markets. So they wanted to get them into Germany, and they decided that the way to do that was to get them to re-record some of their songs in German, which they did. They re-recorded a couple of their hit songs in German. You can find this on Spotify if you're so inclined, and listen to them. And so in my mind, they wrote a song about being a bee and then translated it into bee, to break into the bee market, the Beatles, and that's why this song exists in both versions.
Yeah, it's great. I kind of love that aspect. I sort of wish that there was room, because like the Bpedia entry is about the in-game Beatles, more like the species rather than the band. And there was I had written out a much longer version of this fact that mentioned that the human rock band did translate their songs into other languages, but there just wasn't quite enough room to fit it in. So when we did that version, we talked about how could we get it in the game as an Easter egg, and my plan was, let's get it in the Bpedia because that'll be fun, and sort of reward people who are exploring the Bpedia. But obviously that wasn't ready in time for release last year, and I think I just added it as a thing you can click on. If you click on the song title in the credits, it'll play it. But when we came back to do the Bpedia update, or the information update that includes the Bpedia, I was able to add in these kind of bee fact things. It's like if you in most of the other pages, it's all different bees and different bee-related facts. But in the world category, I felt like it made sense to they come up randomly. Made sense to do like specific themed ones, so stuff about beetles or stuff about butterflies or stuff about snails or whatever. And so we managed to pop this in. And this little button here will load whatever source material or reference there is for a fact. So if there's like a research paper or something someone can go to for further reading, they can click on that. But in this case, if you click on it, it will play this. I'm less prepared than I thought I was. Let's try that again. This is going to end up being too loud, but that's fine. We'll work it out. So we ended up getting this instead.
What kind of use is a bee who falls to pieces like me when I see you in flower? Work just to get through the day. I see you looking my way, and my wings lose their power. I can't survive. Throw me out of the fire. If we can't be being together, feels like I'm gathering dust.
So the entire song is in the game, and I don't want to like run through the whole thing here because it's a as exciting as the song is. I'd rather guide people towards the soundtrack and towards the game. But I'm super happy that we got it in there.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that we found a way of getting that version in the game as well. Those vocals are that is not me. That is my very good friend Kieran Walsh, who recorded the vocals for that. Who is someone that I occasionally try and make games with myself.
He did a fantastic job, I think. Obviously, you're probably a little bit more of a Beatles connoisseur and potentially better able to appreciate the nuance of who they are and what they sound like than I am. But it's a really good match. In fact, I was watching a stream earlier today where somebody asked whether or not we made this and whether or not they were going to get a DCMA strike for like playing a Beatles song on their stream.
Yeah, well, luckily not. This is 100% us. So.
Yeah, and it came out. It's
inspired by, I would say, 3 or 4 different Beatles songs. It's not supposed to be any
specific one.
particular song.
Yeah. Coming back to the Beepedia here, so there's an aspect of Hive Time itself is not very scientifically accurate in terms of its portrayal of bees. Always it was kind of an allegory for generational human populations in my mind. But the representation of bees and the presentation of bees is something that's important to me, and the Beepedia felt like a really good way to, as I said, put in some actual knowledge, and even like encourage people to do some further reading and discover a little bit more about bees. In addition to that, it also gave me a way of exposing more detailed descriptions of the management systems, to put some extra hints and tips in there that didn't feel like they belonged as part of the tutorial, because like in my mind the game is best played in an exploratory way where players experiment and work out how the game works and discover that for themselves. But there are some people who do need a little bit more prompting or a little bit more in the way of explicit instruction, or just after they've played a lot want to find out about some of the other nuances that they may have missed. And so there's an opportunity there for some of that kind of hint content to go in. But it also gave me room to do more writing as well, just in terms of expanding out the world and having a gratuitous venue to stick some more jokes in. And it used to be that the slug mobsters leaving before dawn and narrowly missing an encounter with an early bird was my favorite joke in the game. But now, Ivig van Beethoven is like that is the best joke that I have written for this game, and will be the best joke that I've ever written for this game. And it also makes me laugh every time that Mozart's insect name is just his name. So Mim, you also, I don't think you wrote anything directly for the Bepedia, but you did sort of play a role in proofreading and sort of bouncing ideas around. Was there any particular topics that you thought were interesting or worth talking about or exploring?
I can't recall. It's been a while since I poked around in the Bepedia, actually.
I had to paint these obstacle previews as well. They're new this year. But yeah, having like all of the construction options here is great as well. Just for people who haven't yet unlocked everything but want to have an idea of the scale, or for people who have unlocked everything but want to like be able to read the honey refinery stuff at the same, like effectively next to where they're reading the jelly refinery stuff, and to expose the upgraded things and stuff without in a context where you're not like trying to read and scrutinize all the in-game radial menus. It's nice to have the games paused in the background at the moment, so you've got a sort of quiet spot to sit down and look. I also did special renders of each of the cell types, so they're not in-game renders. They're renders out of Blender, so they look a little different. Lighting's a little bit more detailed, I guess. But yeah, I'm really happy to have gotten this in here as well, especially the upgrade stuff. That's not shown until you research the upgrade. Giving somewhere other than the research menus to expose this stuff has been really valuable for me. And of course, somewhere to...
There's a tremendous amount of work in there.
Yeah.
That you have put into that. Like, all those special renders, all that information, all of the, like, I guess programming, is that what you call it, that goes into getting all the icons to show up throughout the text, which is really helpful. I think that's like a really important visual aid. And then all of these individual little, like, drawings that demonstrate. Look at that! Look, there's so much in there. So round of applause for Cheese.
Oh, cheers. It's interesting. There's a lot of different topics. Some of them only have 100, 200 words in them, so they're not particularly long. And I think that's important, right? Like, you don't want it to be an overwhelming amount of information. So it's kind of easy to look at one and kind of go, oh, there's not much here. But when you consider how many actual topics there are, it does kind of add up. And then especially here and there, like if you're looking at the understanding the HUD topic is quite long. One of these other ones is fairly long as well. That one talks about population dynamics and stuff. But yeah, and coming up with all the icons, and all these are links as well, so you can follow these to get to nurseries or the population screen or whatever. You can follow these topics around in a more organic way, which I think is helpful so far as giving people space to learn and understand where things are at. Another thing that I wanted to talk about was the new visual effects, where I'm going to just use some of the chat commands to set these off. So we now have fireworks can be... I can't even hear them, I must have the sounds turned down. These visual effects are new. We can do a bear attack, I think, or not. No, I'll just use the in-game thing to trigger that. So the bear attack now has a there it is. now has like a 3D bear arm that comes up, which is kind of cool. I wanted to put a bit more in the way of visual feedback and something a little bit exciting to make the some of the bigger things a bit more noteworthy. So yeah, there's a few new visual effects in there. The underlying system is kind of extendable in a way. All I have to do is come up with a model or an animation or a scene or whatever, and then the underlying system lets me instantiate that a variable number of times in a variable position, with variable repetition if needed. Yeah, that's kind of fun. The event or the effect code that instantiates all of that for the fireworks is exactly the same as the bear arm. It's just that the bear arm repeats 3 or 4 times, I think it is. The fireworks are more spread out and have more repetitions, and that sort of stuff, which is an odd technical thing to get caught up in, but I was pretty happy with with how it all came together. There are a bunch. I'm just gonna make a couple more cells here. I was gonna play, but I think I'll just use the cheats to do stuff. Let's get a barracks in there as well. I think I need to upgrade a workshop before we can have a barracks. Nope. What do we need to do before we have a barracks? Did I lose that? I just never researched it because I don't care about defense. That's another thing I like about Hive Time is that the most of the mechanics are optional. Let's kill all them bees and make some new ones. Oh, never mind. Let's make let's make a special bee instead. Is that special bee? A special bee? Yeah, we got special bee down here. So we added a bunch of hats. We'll follow this bee until we can get a good look at it. Come back this way, bee. Let's make a new one. There's one. Okay. So we added a bunch of new hats. Initially, I think that we just had the witch's hat and the party hat for the worker. Oh, and the sunglasses was in there as well. But in 2020, added a bunch more hats. The bog roll is a reference to supply chain, which we'll be talking about later. The book stack, the apple, the queen hat, the nurse hat. I'm pretty sure we added that with the informational update. So maybe there was only one alternative hat per role. But now there's lots of hats, lots of different hats. Defender's got like a new sort of saucepan they can wear on its head. Good times. So we got like a British style bobby hat, some aviator sunglasses, the British Royal Guard bearskin hat. Got a firefighter helmet there in the pot as well. And the forager's got a tech bee helmet, which is from Honeycomb Crunch, which is a game that I made last year and we talked about last year. Got that sort of pith helmet explorer thingy, which carries a lot of colonial baggage that I'm uncomfortable with. There's a straw hat, sort of Australian style bushman hat with corks dangling on it. I really like the idea of a hat that insects wear to repel insects. It's a good one. And then we've got the flower from Honeycomb Crunch, and we've got a new like beekeeper mesh hat.
That's getting very.
Yeah, gets
Bees
pretty,
wearing beekeeping. What?
pretty full on. And since I didn't start a new hive with customize any bee, we will just run the a new look event, and we're going to get just this hat. Very nice. So there's a whole bunch of new queen hats as well, which is really cool. And while we're down here looking at the queen, we also have a bunch of new queen animations, which is pretty sweet. I don't think I'll show them all off explicitly, but we'll see a few while we're talking here. The hats are sort of picked randomly. That's not a new look is what we wanted. Dunk. Now we get cheese hat, and the sort of lineage of queens will keep their hat for future generations, and then the sort of new hat command or event only has a chance to trigger, every once every generation or so. So that's pretty cool. But the other thing that this kind of leads into is the game's new chat support or chat integration stuff, where I guess I'd press the event shortcut a couple of times and new bees weren't spawning because they thought the game was paused. So yeah, the new chat integration stuff, there are a couple of things that I wanted to do. I worked on Hand of Fate 2, which has chat integration and allows for chat participants to vote on periodic gifts for players to receive. So in this case, we've got a gift vote here with 4 different options. All of them seem vaguely positive, but there's a big mix of positive and negative ones that can occur, which is kind of cool. And I was also inspired by another game called Overland, which allows active chat participants. This is cool. So allows active chat participants to appear as survivors in game, who go on the player's adventures in the the post-apocalyptic world, and die a lot. But I really like that idea of players having presence in the game. I feel like there's sort of two axes that I could see value in and was trying to draw value along. And one is that chat integration should allow viewers to feel like they can influence and affect and change the game that the player or streamer is experiencing. And that's what the gift voting is. If we just have an event like this, we'll see that there's a sort of voting option here where you can chat people can vote for which event outcome they'd like to have, and that kind of feels like it works along the same axis as the voting stuff, although the player's got a little bit more agency there. This is a chance for chat viewers to feel like they're influencing gameplay. But then there's this other thing that I saw when I was playing Overland, which was that there's a sense of ownership over the experience of viewing that is heightened when a viewer sees a character named after themselves or something. And you see like a lot of streamers do that in games that have some level of customization, that every now and again you'll come across someone who names their dude bros in XCOM after their stream viewers or whatever else. That felt like it was a really valuable thing to try and present as well. And while I was working on the game, obviously I had all of these features enabled, and frequently saw chat participants while I was developing this stuff getting a real buzz out of seeing themselves as bees in game. Now, if there's anybody who is on the stream watching in chat right now, you can type !help, and it will show a list of commands that you as a person with a chat bee can run, and they include some cosmetic things like changing the hat or changing the role or changing the size of the bee, but also changing the role is not cosmetic at all. They allow you to change your role as well, which does kind of have a little bit of a gameplay effect, because chat bees and special bees have higher efficiency than regular bees, and also live longer. So the way that the game plays out with regards to those is a little bit different, and the game is sort of really only balanced for 2 of them. It's kind of, if there's a whole bunch of people in game now, I think I'm blind. There we go. We're going to zoom in right here. We have a little bee with a beret with paint splatters on it, who's leaving paint splatters around the place. And that dev bee is Miriam here. And it will relay her commands in the same way that the one that I have down here with bee antennae that's outside the hive at the moment does for me. And Peter has one as well, which has some glasses similar to the ones that he wears in real life, and also a trail of little music notes that follows him around. I think, is that Peter's there now? There he is. And this is something that I wanted to do for a couple of reasons. When you've got 20 people watching your stream and they've all got, they've all got their own bees and stuff, it's nice to give the people who worked on the game something a little bit special that's unique to them. Like, I can't spawn Peter's bee and I can't spawn Miriam's bee. But they hang around a lot longer. They live for about half an hour or so. And they have the same kind of yeah, the bearskin hat's amazing. But yeah, I was really happy to pop that in. It's a small gesture, I guess. I'd like to do one for Aubrey as well, but he hasn't gotten back to me with what he'd like his bee to look like. Let's see, what else do I have here on my list? There's a whole lot of like small bits of UI and polish that went in, like the if we have some research here we can do. The progress ring around the cell that you can use to see research as it progresses. This brown ring here. The same one that goes around nurseries. If you've got less bee sitters, that's, if it was visible now. Oh, there we go, we saw one. Because we're at the population limit, it can't count up, it's already full. And then obviously the defense one has one here. The exits have these little dots to show when there's a free slot that a bee can leave via. So all those kinds of little bits of extra feedback in the hive are new. I think these tooltips showing how much resources it takes to produce a resource are new. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kind of little bits of UX and improvements that I made. There's a whole lot of optimizations that I made as well, some which are obviously not very visible, but represented a huge amount of work. There's a new B-list screen, new management screen that lets you look at your all of your bees and look at how old they are, what they're up to, what their activity is. If we just want to follow one, we can do that. But it also, that's quite nice for if you've got special bees or a chat bee here, we want to go, okay, where's Tori's bee? What does Tori's bee look like? That's that bee there. Makes all this stuff a little bit easier to find, a little bit more discoverable. And one of my favorite things is that it makes the portraits a little bit easier to find and view. So there's room for up to 15 portraits, but you can play a lot longer if you would like. And if you end up getting, well, there you go, you can vote for wide bees now. That's a new one. This list of past queens will show every past queen that you've had. So if you end up with more than that many, more than 15, then you'll still be able to review and view those old ones and see how long that queen lived, what effects she provided for the hive, all that sort of stuff. Let's apply that effect. Wide bees is very silly.
Oh my goodness.
That's
too funny.
I think the other effect is skinny bees. Is it skinny bees or thin bees? I can never remember.
Oh no, they're stuck wide.
I'd have to look it up. I'll look it up because it's funny. But I'll have to open the effects file to see the name. Yeah, I wanted some of these voting options to be, not, just cosmetic, not important, just silly, because that stuff's fun. if if the camera suddenly flips upside down, and that's something that a player has to come to terms with, that's also kind of fun, right? Yeah, the game's still playable there. We can still build more things and interact with more bees, but the panning controls are reversed as well. That's a bit of fun. It's not for everybody though. So kind of, the fact that it's an orthographic camera with no perspective, it does funny things with my brain. Is it skinny? Oh my goodness, what is the opposite of wide bees? Oh, it's narrow bees. No wonder I couldn't remember it.
Narrow.
Narrow bees. There we go. All our bees
makes
look
sense.
2D now, which I really enjoy. This is like a very last minute thing. I was like, what can I add? Oh, I can make them thin, and that's fun and funny because it's unexpected and it makes you go, what the hell is this? Let's get the let's make the queen wave again. Very silly. Yeah, it's got that kind of Paper Mario feel to it. But yeah, all these things only last for a minute or whatever. Let's see, was there anything else that I wanted to touch on? Yeah, we mentioned before the new payment reminder screen, which shows up when you quit, and tells you about why the game is a pay what you want title. It tells you about the people who made it a little bit, gives you opportunities for where you can go and support the people who made it. And if you never want to see it again, you can just click that click that button. But these are the two bees that Miriam was talking about earlier that were new. And these are now also available on t-shirts. That's exciting. If you elect to say that you pay for it, then we get a little thank you screen. Don't know why this bee is misaligned. It's meant to be a little bit more off to the right, but I'll have to look into that. But yeah, so getting these in was a really big thing. Systemchalk reminds me in chat that I just make everything commercial. And on that note, I'm just gonna close this for now. Those t-shirts that I mentioned are available with no markup, so they're for anybody who likes Hive Time and wants to wear Hive Time. That is as cheap and as accessible as possible. It doesn't support me in any way. It's just something that I wanted to have there for people who like the game and are enthusiastic about it. If people want to support me, then there's Patreon, and there's actually buying the game. Both of those give you the ability to control how much you're contributing, so that feels like the it's a pretty good way to approach that. So another thing that I want to touch on, and another thing that Miriam did art for and that Peter did music for, is a bunch of trailers that I made for the game, and we're gonna load those up and check those out. So the very first trailer that I made for the game last year was meant to be an announcement of the release date, and it kind of put some rough lyrics to one of the tracks from the song from the game, and it was meant to be a kind of like sing-along thing. I was going to put like a bouncing bee that went along the letters to encourage people to sing along, but it was a very rushed trailer. It's not my best. The second trailer was meant to be styled as sort of almost like a documentary kind of thing, that sort of follows a bee called Penelope, and then talks about the hive, and it's kind of funny and has a little bit of humor. But my idea was that I wanted every trailer to have a different way of presenting the game and to present a different aspect of the game. I figured that if every trailer appeals to a different audience, then that's a broader audience for Hive Time, that is addressable as each trailer is added. And so the third trailer, which was the Hiveversary update trailer, we wanted to frame as a like a news broadcast. And I'm gonna pull this across to my other screen, and we're gonna watch that over here. And so yeah, Peter did this music here. We'll watch this and then we'll talk about it. So I really like this idea of having the bees talk about the things that are new. You know, how do the bees see their own world? How do they talk about their own world? How do I go about presenting the kind of... Oh, this isn't what I wanted to show, but that's fine. Whatever. We'll get to this in a sec. You know, what is the world that we see in the vignettes look like? That's what I wanted that trailer to focus on. So Peter, do you want to talk a little bit about the music there? If you've got any thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So I broke out the kazoo again, which I'd used in the Being Together music, because it just felt a bit appropriate to do so here. And really, the tune that I'm kazooing there, by the way, is just a recurring theme that you hear in some of the soundtrack of the game. So it appears in the title theme and various of the other tracks as well. It's just it's kind of the main recurring motif of Hive Time, and the rest of it was just kind of apart from using the instrumentation from that I commonly use in the game, like the marimba and the piano and stuff like that. It was just supposed to evoke the memories of me in the 90s or maybe late 80s, quite young, watching news programs and just watching that kind of opening fanfare and then kind of light underscoring of serious sounding music over whatever the headlines were. And I was just trying to kind of evoke that sort of thing.
I think you nailed it. Not just like the feel of a news fanfare, but also a news fanfare that felt like it was a part of this game.
Thank you very much.
It's really good. And so I wrote a script for it with two anchors, Phil and Tracy. And there's actual words written because, like with the Being Together song that we talked about earlier, I felt like if there are actual words, then having that, you know, even though we're not saying those words into a kazoo, having the knowledge of what we're saying gives us the ability to emote better and present stuff better. And so Miriam and I did the voices for the two anchors, Phil and Tracy, the weary field reporter that has to cover everything, Jeff, and the weather bee, Amy. Miriam, do you have any kind of thoughts on the experience of doing that? You also designed them, so you can talk about the art as well.
Oh well, They're pretty basic. I mean, they're the existing bees with a tie and a microphone, essentially. Yeah, they were. There was a lot of guidance from you, what we needed, which bits needed to be able to move. I didn't animate them. I just created the pieces and then Cheese animated them, and they look
That's why the
excellent.
animation's not so great.
No, it's great. I love it. I thought it was like magic. I just gave you the bits, and then suddenly little living bees. Regarding the I'm going to say voice acting, that was really fun. It was really good to do the kazoo. The actual script isn't available anywhere now, is
Yeah,
it?
it is. So it's in the description for the trailer on YouTube, and I don't remember what the URL is off the top of my head.
Okay.
So I will grab that here, and then I will paste it in chat, and everybody can enjoy the script. Originally, I had it as subtitles, but I found that people turned the subtitles on for their first viewing, which kind of really removed the whole "this is bees that I can't understand" talking about the things that matter to them feel that I sort of wanted the trailer to have, so I removed them. But I bought the script back as just like a plain text thing here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
You can definitely hear, if you're reading along with it, you can hear we're doing the syllables, like the words are in there. They're all just kazoo.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to write the script, so that would happen. I had kind of wanted this bee on the hexagon. I kind of wanted the hexagon to like spin in and then the bee to fly around from behind, but I kind of ran out of time and didn't really get that done, which kind of makes me sad, but I think it still works. One thing that was important to me, or very valuable to me, oh look, you can see my my YouTube recommendations over there. Let's go. I didn't say play, I just said hide the extra junk that we don't need to see. It was something that I was very glad to have, was that the three people who contributed the most to the game were all able to do some voice work or kazoo work in this trailer, and in that sense this trailer is kind of a microcosm of the game itself, and the presence that the three of us had as the game's developers. So I was pretty happy with that. Yeah,
we all did have to learn to speak fluent B, so
yes.
It was a time investment, but I think it really shows in the quality of the trailer.
And now I'm looking for the next trailer, which was the trailer that I made for the Hiveversary update. And I am not able to find it here, and I'm concerned that I have lost the... I have some placeholders here, we can watch those, but that's... Oh no, here it is, trailer 4 final. Let's watch this one then. Don't play it just yet, just open it over here and put it at a sensible volume. So when the Hiveversary update was released, I made this all of the Hiveversary update. I pretty much did on my own, and I didn't have a lot of time to do the trailer. So rather than adhering to my whole all of the trailers should be a different style thing, I ended up kind of reusing the style of voice work that I did for the Penelope trailer that I talked about before, and the kind of presentation that that original sing-along trailer had with regards to how it displayed things about the Hive, or about the game, the way that it showcased gameplay, I guess. So this is kind of an amalgam of the first two Hives, that's meant to celebrate the game's first birthday. I had an idea for another trailer that was focused on the chat integration stuff, but it just didn't really feel like it made sense to focus on that when talking about the game's birthday. So let's have a listen to this one. It's Hive Time's first birthday. Time to celebrate. We've made a big update and we think it's just great. It has tweaks and improvements and fixes galore. But wait, what's that? You say you want more? Aside from new vignettes, there are new hats for one. New events, new music, and ways to find your own fun. Some chat integration for streamers and friends too. Something for every bee, both old and new. Or whether you play serious or just find it funny, get Hive time today. Build a hive. Make some honey. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It speaks for itself. Peter had done that music for the Butterfly Caterpillar event chain. I just realized that I have not updated a setting before streaming, so there was like some white flickering across the screen while we were watching that, which I will fix. Yeah, I think I ended up doing all of the edits to that piece of music to make it fit the timing and length of the trailer myself. But that's one of the new pieces of music for the birthday update that Peter mentioned. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that came out. It feels like it showcases most of what I would expect players to need to know or care about when playing the game. Yeah, it's again a little bit disappointing in that it's less original than I had hoped, but it came through together. And I guess while we're on that topic, I will also bring up that extra piece of music that Peter did for the Yam Party event chain, and I will. This is not the right. I will also get the Yam Party event on screen. Music. There we go. Is it gonna look nice in a second? Maybe. Good ways to find your own. Is this? Oh, I just have it set to low quality. Never mind. Ignore me. Alright, so this one is Yam Party. And we'll play that now. Yeah, was there anything you wanted to say about that track, Peter? I thought it was great, as always.
Sure. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how that came out. I guess it's probably evident to people looking at that that screen that I wanted to include the instruments in it that were pictured in. So I've got the fiddle and the acoustic guitar and the tambourine in there, as well as the more kind of signature instrument of Hive Time with the marimba going in there as well, just to kind of tie it all together with the rest of the soundtrack. I was quite pleased with how the violins came out in the end. I had recently acquired a fairly nice sounding and powerful violin, solo violin sample set, and it enabled me to create the exact sort of sound that I wanted, where it was just a little rough around the edges, and not quite as perfectly in tune as everything in the rest of the soundtrack. And yeah, I think it came out quite nicely.
And I don't think this event went into the release version of the game. Maybe it was. I honestly don't remember. It either went in just before release or in just before the informational update.
I think I remember you talking about it just before the game was released, because I remember thinking at the time it would be really nice to have a unique piece of music for this, just because of the instruments picked. It would be really nice to come up with something, but there just wasn't time for the initial release, and so it was nice to be able to do something to address that for this one.
Yeah. That's unfortunately that's how game development works. Is that there are a lot of interdependent things that are needed. I need to know that the event is going into the game before I'm happy to say that it's a good idea for you to spend a lot of time on making a new piece of music. And this was one that we just weren't sure if we were going to get in. We hadn't done the art. I think we did the art for it a couple of days before release. Do you have any recollection, Miriam?
I think it was in, but yeah, I'm not 100%.
I remember painting the background. But it was very late, and it was at a point where it was like I can't really. It was so uncertain that it didn't make sense to sort of say this is definitely going to be in the game. And like I said about the portraits earlier, they only that was the day before release that Aubrey painted the first portrait that went into the release version of the game. So I was definitely expecting to have to cut that in order to make release. The last and final trailer I'm gonna play now uses that same piece of music, so I didn't even need. Never mind. And so this is the one that I had the idea for first, but didn't end up doing because it didn't make sense to use as a focal point for the birthday update trailer. But since chat integration is like a big thing for people who want to stream the game, and a big thing for how word of mouth for the game can spread, it made sense to do an extra trailer after that to focus on that. I was originally thinking of getting some Australian friends who had talked about the game or who had streamed the game to do some voices, but I didn't really have a lot of time before the end of the year, so I ended up just voicing it myself.
G'day, Jay. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, not bad, yourself? Oh, I can't complain. I accidentally pulled an all-nighter playing Hive time. Oh, that V game? I heard it got an update or something. Yeah, it's been about a year since release. The developer's calling it the Hiveversary update. Anything exciting in it? Yeah, some new events, new music, new hats, new customization options. Oh, and it has chat integration now too. What, like voting and stuff? Yeah, and chat users can show up as bees in-game. Yeah, sweet. Sounds like it could attract some questionables though. Yeah, don't worry, it's got blacklists and whitelists and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, nice. Anyway, I better get back to it, mate. Yeah, me too. Yeah, if you end up streaming or something, let me know and I'll bumble by. Yeah, will do. Buzz, mate. Buzz.
So I wanted to do something that felt overtly Australian. That Hive Time was made by an Australian game developer. Is something that's been overlooked a little bit, I think. I think if you play the game, like there's a bunch of Australianisms in there, and definitely the approach to humor and the style of the vernacular used is definitely Australian. But in terms of sort of coverage outside the game and awareness outside the game, I feel like the Australianness is a little bit overlooked. So I was very happy to do something that was overtly Yoka there. I ended up reusing the Yam Party trailer because that sounded kind of rustic and just kind of felt like a good fit, and that sort of was one of the last things I did for Hive Time in 2020. I'm just having another quick look through my list here for other things that I we did for the game that might be relevant. There was a article that I wrote on Hive Time's inspirations and influences. I also did a lengthy stream of 5 games that inspired Hive Time. That's the original SimCity, is probably the biggest touchstone for the type of game that Hive Time is. Dune 2 played a very big role in the way the construction works. I really like the way that the original game, that the Dune 2 required you to put down concrete before you put down your buildings, and so you had this kind of 2-phase planning thing, and as the game progressed, sometimes the value that a piece of concrete had, or the purpose that a piece of concrete would have, would shift over time as you got interrupted by other things, or as the circumstances of the game changed. And that's why you build your empty cells before you build your actual cells, and why you do the upgrades on the existing cell clusters. Because I really appreciated and wanted to capture something like that. Flotilla has this kind of, the main gameplay is this turn-based, simultaneous space capital ship combat stuff, but between that is this kind of short story generator thing where you get these events come up and you can choose to do things, but they're all framed as very weird and unexpected things. Like these business pigs are being attacked by pirates, and there's like weird, like all of the people that you interact with, all of these events, they're all like weird animals that feel like they're very surreal and bizarre in the spaces that they're in. There's like it's like baby yetis have infiltrated someone's ship and are eating the cables or something, and you decide whether you just suck them out into space or whether you try and catch them. There are these pirate cats, I think, and lots of other stuff like that, and that played a bit of a role in like when you finish a game of Flotilla, it shows you the list of events and choices that you made, and that's meant to be your story through that run of the game. And originally, Hive Time was going to have a similar sort of thing for the presentation of the events. When you got to the end of a queen's lifespan, it was going to show you everything that she did. But as the game came together, it didn't really feel like it fit as well. But that was definitely an inspiration for that kind of stuff, and for the kind of zany presentation of the characters in the world. Space-based DF9 as a kind of sim game where you create infrastructure for little dudes or little cheesenesses running around your base that you don't get to control directly, but you can kind of look at them and intuit who they are, what they're feeling, what they're thinking. That's kind of what I wanted the bees in Hive Time to be. You don't control any of them directly, but you do get these kind of ideas of who they are and what they're up to, and you build the infrastructure that meets their needs and gives them stuff to do. And last but not least, Massive Chalice was a little bit of a touchstone for the role that events play in disrupting your plans, and for the presence of humor, I think. I was doing community stuff with Double Fine while Massive Chalice was being developed, and tried to be present in the community as that was being made. And I think Peter was as well. It was really nice to see that come together, and pay at least small homage to it in a game that I made. Another thing that I wrote was coinciding more or less with the game's 500th sale, or the 500th copy sold, or equivalent of 500 copies. I don't remember what the exact milestone was. I wrote about it. There's lots of words that explain it, but I wrote about the process that I took with everything money related for Hive Time. So that's working out development costs, and it didn't have a budget, so can't really show off on budget, but I can talk about how many hours went into it and an estimate value of what that ended up costing, and then talking about how to work out how to price the game. We ended up deciding $10 would be a decent fit, and then working out, well, how many copies do I need to sell at $10 in order to make back this labor that's been invested in making the game. How did I go about, because I dropped the ball in 2019 and did no press outreach for release. I didn't pay for any advertising, so I guess it's not technically not money related, but I did also talk a little bit here about how I went through making trailers that were more attractive to people, how I ended up doing post-release press outreach, and how I tried to engage with press for a game that is old news. And also how some wonderful people made fan art for the game, which I might show a little bit of in a second as we wrap up the Hive Time stuff. And then also, did the whole kind of, where are people buying Hive Time from? What's the relationship between views and sales and downloads? And how does that relate to the game's release milestones? How does that relate to when we ship the different updates and trailers and things? How does that relate to website coverage? How does that relate to YouTube videos of the game? How does that relate to streams? Print, a couple of magazines, radio. I managed to get on a couple of things. There was even a TV segment, which I'm not sure whether it was just an online thing or whether it was aired. I can't understand their website. I didn't see it. I don't have a TV, so I don't know. And kind of went through what platforms are people buying it on. How does that change over time? And just generally reflect on what worked and what didn't. And obviously, at the time that we decided to make it a pay what you want game, that was before it was clear that a pandemic was going to happen. It was before it was clear that a global recession was going to happen, and both of those likely had a very big impact on how Hive Time performed financially. But sometimes you don't get to know these things ahead of time, and you just do the best that you can with what you can. And you're also reflecting on where do people find out about the game from? What value has sort of traditional press coverage been? What do my referrers look like? Obviously YouTube's been the biggest single referrer to me, and then people with no referral information, which tends to happen quite a bit. But following that, it's all search results and stuff, which is interesting. So people seem to hear about the game from other places than the storefront, and then are successful in finding the game. The game hasn't sold a lot of copies, but it has had a lot of downloads. It's very close to 50,000 downloads now, which is more than any of my other kind of games that I made, as opposed to games that I worked on, have done. So that's really positive. I also talked about things that I would have liked to have done if I had more resources. And so donating a lot of a portion of revenue to support people affected by the 2019-2020 bushfire season in Australia, which was particularly disastrous. I was even looking at doing an in-game event, but the way that things aligned and the way that things panned out, I just kind of didn't get around to that. It felt like the game wasn't selling well enough for me to, I didn't want to go, hey, I'm going to donate a month's worth of Hive Time revenue. By the way, that's $10. That's not that's not really what I was looking for. And so I was kind of waiting until the Hiveversary update came out, and by that time the whole sort of the fire situation had settled down and the pandemic was a big thing. Obviously, as that closed in and it became clear that Hive Time wasn't selling as much as I felt comfortable with, I was like, well, I haven't made back the labor costs that I invested in the game at this point. I don't really feel comfortable pushing ahead with this donation thing. Just the timing of it made it all feel very awkward, which is sad to me. I will probably find some ways to make those kind of gestures, make those kind of contributions personally, rather than as part of Hive Time's identity. But it was something that I had thought about, and so it felt relevant to include in the article. I also thought about like maybe seeing how much it would cost to try and sponsor like an extra history video on the effect of bees on ancient civilizations or something, or developing civilizations, or maybe a Kyrgyzstan video on bees. They've done a bunch of insect videos, but again, I just hadn't made enough revenue to feel like those were things that I could pursue. And yeah, so there's was it 13,500 words on financial stuff relevant to Hive Time for anybody who's interested in reading that sort of stuff. I know that not everybody is. I mentioned before that t-shirts are available, so if you go to the Hive Time website, I don't have a link there, so that's not useful. If you go to the Hive Time store page on itch, that does have a link, so you can go there to find where you can get t-shirty shaped objects, like the cool Hive Time informational update or Hive News Network t-shirt that I'm wearing right now. There's only a few designs. You can also get them, I think these are all on stickers as well, except for this one. I don't think that one's on stickers. This one's on a postcard. So there are a couple options if you're keen on that sort of stuff. But as I said before, they've got zero markup on them, so they're as cheap as I can make them for anybody who would like to have that. The link to the soundtrack is also on the store page, so you can pick that up and support Peter's work if you would like to do so. I would suggest doing so. It's lovely work, and I'm very happy and proud to have that stuff in the game. I mentioned that I would show some fan art, so let's have a very quick look at that. My friend Albuffalo did a series of pieces that I really enjoyed and appreciated the way that they referenced and acknowledged things that were just like small nuances of the game. So like the generationality of queens is a part of the game for people who play it a lot. Bees go out and collect different resources, and they, when they drop the resources, you see them, you see what they drop. Like the nectar is a liquid resource, the honey is a liquid resource, the pollen is like a solid thing. And so there's like just attention to detail. The upgraded nurseries give you twins. Some special bees have the witch's hat on their head. Just like little details from the 3D models for the builders stuff. The bear attack event, defenders end up playing a role in that, but it's not obvious unless you have defenders. So obviously there's a lot of awareness of what's gone into the game, which I think is from playing it, because I never sat down with Albuffalo and said, hey, these are the things that I think, here are some details you might have not noticed about the game. This is meant to be the Slug Mobsters event that we had briefly. One of the effects is that some wasp authorities can make life difficult for the rest of the hive, and this touches on that. But yeah, this stuff is wonderful to see. It's amazing, and it's a treasure for me. Miriam, you might have some thoughts as well. Any feelings that you have about how people respond to the art in the game?
I do love this fan art in particular because they're so fluffy. Our bees are very, then ours aren't fluffy. Like, they're not fluffy, but they this fan art, I enjoy that it acknowledges the design. It doesn't really deviate from it. It just brings the artist's own personal interpretation and style, and it's like really cute, and I love it.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and and while I remember as well, speaking of people's reactions, Peter, do you have any thoughts on people's reactions to the soundtrack? I know there have been a few.
I've been really pleased with it. It's been enjoyable whenever I've been able to. I've joined streams where people have been playing the game, and their response to the music has always been really nice and positive. People seem to think that it fits the game really well, so I'm happy with that. I still enjoy whenever you send me a little clip of someone enjoying music on a stream, which I think you even did earlier today.
I did. Yeah.
So that's always lovely to see. I think I said it last time, but it's that never gets old. Just people saying that they like the thing. So if you're worried about whether you'll sound weird telling some artist that you like their work, I don't think. I think for most of us, that doesn't get old. We always like to hear it. Always like to hear that the thing is being enjoyed by someone, and yeah, I've been really pleased with the response to this soundtrack.
I don't recall whether it was this year or last year, but so one of the things that we wanted to do and decided to do was to release the soundtrack under a Creative Commons license. And
yes,
someone ended up using one of the tracks for a game, and I feel real bad because I haven't played it.
Yeah, I haven't actually either.
I will. I think it's called Minuscule
How do you find
Mystery.
that?
Is that correct?
Mm.
I'm just bringing up what I think is the store page for it now, and I'll paste that in chat for anybody who wants to play it. Yeah, it looks like it was done at the end of 2020. No, actually, it doesn't make sense for me to waste my bandwidth on that while I'm streaming. But yeah, mercs.itch.io is Serr Dialot. I'm not sure if he's here in the stream chat at the moment. But yeah, nice to see some people making use of that that permissive licensing.
Yeah, it's nice that someone enjoyed that enough that they thought they could use that in their own project, and obviously with that license, that's perfectly fine and encouraged in many ways. And
it's an interesting thing.
Yeah,
it's a weird feeling, but
yeah,
you know, it's for me, and I think for you as well. Open culture licensing is valuable and important, and I make use of a lot of open culture license stuff. I'm not sure if you do to the extent that I do, but this stuff is valuable, and it feels like it's contributing back to culture in a positive way.
Yeah, and the way I saw it, you know, it will always be the Hive Time soundtrack. That's it being
That's its
used for other
identity, yeah.
stuff that won't take it away from that. That's what it was written for. That's what I was thinking about when I wrote it, and that's how it coheres thematically. I'm talking nonsense. That's what it's centered around, and it always will be. But it's nice to think that someone can also just take an element of that soundtrack, one of the tracks, and think, actually, this fits really well with this other thing that I have in mind. Repurpose it. I think that's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah. One last thing that I wanted to show was a bug that I had during like very late in the year while I was working on the Hiveversary update. It's like the cause of the bug is not particularly interesting. Something just disrupted the camera handler while it was busy setting up the Hive, and I ended up with this, and I love it to pieces, and I wish I'd thought to get a high resolution screenshot because I would very much like to have it as my desktop background. I ended up painting a larger version of this for myself. It just has a lot of qualities to it that I love. It presents itself as an impressionist painting to me, and I can identify pieces of things. There's like the mobile from the nursery is here. This looks like the Tower of Hanoi puzzle from the nursery. This is a painting from the back of the nursery. This looks like a honey drop here. This is a jelly refinery over here. There are different elements, but even knowing what those, this is from a map room, even knowing what those elements are, it's still, and being as familiar with the game as I am, it's still just impossible for me to wrap my brain around which bits are doing what, and I absolutely love it, and wanted to share that. It's probably nowhere near as exciting for anybody else as it is for me, but that is the last thing I had on my to-do list for sharing. Peter and Miriam, thank you very much for joining me, and Aubrey, who had to disappear earlier as well. I'm going to drop some links to your work in chat for anybody who would like to check that stuff out. If you have any further thoughts on Hive Time, feel free to share them. If you would like to talk about what you're up to at the moment, go nuts and tell everybody what they can look forward to or be excited about now. Peter, would you like to start?
Sure. So, I've said it many times, but it was a really big pleasure to work on this project, and I've also worked on a couple of other bits and pieces for you this year, which I think you'll get to later. I was furloughed earlier last year because of COVID, and it was okay financially, but what it meant was that I had this period of around 6 months, a little longer than that, where I was just a musician and nothing else, and that was very exciting in one way. I managed to get a lot of music done. I managed to basically make a soundtrack approximately the size of Hive Time, and a bunch of other stuff as well, and just be working full time on that. And that's for a game that is still not announced, actually, but if you dig around in my SoundCloud, you can listen to it. Everything is under the name Kestrel Pie, where
I forgot your SoundCloud.
you
I
can
forgot
find me.
Miriam's Instagram.
Yeah.
So.
So yeah, you can find soundtrack for unannounced game on my SoundCloud. There were some problems that meant we couldn't quite announce it as early as we'd hope, but the soundtrack does exist on there, and we'll hopefully see more about that game sometime this year. Yeah, so a lot of musical activity last year. It's been strange to go back to a world where I'm not full-time working as a composer, and I do miss it, but I'm glad that at least I still have little projects to be working on, and hope to continue with that.
I also remembered that I didn't show off Aubrey's full set of portraits, so while we talk about stuff, I might just show those off as well. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, I think I was just about done. Yeah, so if you're vaguely interested in my work, that might be a fun listen on the SoundCloud. It's a very different sort of soundtrack to the Hive Time one. It will probably go through a few more iterations and finishing touches as well, before it's released. But it's kind of mostly there. It's this one's inspired by a combination of kind of the history of British rock music plus Super Nintendo soundtracks, sort of squished together.
A very classic combination there.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's it. That's most of what I've been working on lately. There are some other bits and pieces as well. There's a project that was put on hold for a little while because of COVID, called Keradwem, which is a block pushing puzzle game, which is now back in production and should be coming out in the next couple of months, that I am also doing a soundtrack for.
Brilliant. And Miriam, did you have any further thoughts on Hive Time or things that you're up to that you would like to share?
I'm not currently working on any personal projects after the big old year that was 2020. I've allowed myself a bit of a break. So my social media accounts have been a bit quiet lately. I'm just starting to get back into trying to draw regularly, so I'll probably start throwing a few just like, sketches, things that I'm just doing are going to come up. And also I'm working on going to be doing a diploma of fine arts, so trying to get official, I guess, get certified as an artist. So that's taking up a portion of my time. But yeah, I'll pretty much just announce anything that's going on through Twitter, and Instagram is where I tend to throw my arty type thing. So if you're interested in keeping an eye on that, that's probably the place to be.
Sweet. And we just got through all of the.
There's 3 stink bugs in the trench coat.
That is 3 stink bugs in the trench coat. Yeah. I can't remember if I suggested that or not. I don't think I did. I think Aubrey might have just done that on his own, and I was very, very excited. That it's just this idea that, like, because like the vignette says that the Queen spread a rumor for fun that she's 3 stink bugs in a trench coat, and the idea that for fun she would also commission an official portrait of such is very nice. Very, very nice. All right, well, that has been a whole bunch of fun. It went a lot longer than I had planned. But Hive Time's had a big year, so that kind of makes sense. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for working on a game with me. We might hear from Peter a little bit later. I'm not sure how long he's able to hang around, but we're definitely going to hear some more of Peter's music as we progress. The next few games will probably be a lot shorter than the time that we spent on Hive Time here. So I'm going to disappear from this call at the moment, but I will swing back to open it back up when we come to talk about supply chain and into Darkgroove Forest. So thanks again, guys.
Thanks very much for having us.
Thank you.
Cheers. All right, so the next game that I wanted to talk about is something that I only did a little bit of prototyping work on in what do we call it? In this year that was oh, hello. Oh no. I just yeah, I'm not doing so great with managing my windows here. I had fairly early in 2020 this idea for a sort of space themed game, which was I just mostly wanted to experiment with this idea of like, what does it look like if we have like a turret thing and you've got to pew some ships, with like all of this is placeholder, like none of this is even remotely stuff that I would include in a game, but I just wanted to experiment with how I would make a turret thing work and start to think about some of the concerns for how things would go. Obviously these ships would be shooting at you. You know, they come and they do sort of runs and then veer away, and they're a little bit vulnerable while they're flying away. But as I was working on this, I also did a little bit of work on coming up with just a general game concept or a more detailed game concept for what a game that used this would look like. This project is not something that I'm moving forward with. It's something that's just kind of sitting in the maybe I'll do this one day pile. But the idea would be that it would be a kind of isolated or a very isolating feeling exploration oriented game like Gone Home. I really like to use the term walking simulator because it's not simulating anything about walking, right? But yeah, something like that, which is all about kind of exploring this empty spaceship while also quickly running back to this turret to do defense stuff. And I kind of like this idea of juxtaposing these quiet moments of discovery and eerie moments of atmosphere against these kind of more actiony moments of quick shoot the things. And yeah, so that's kind of. I don't feel like I really want to talk a lot about what the narrative will specifically be, but obviously I wanted the context of this kind of shooty stuff to shift over time as you understand and learn a bit more about what's going on. You know, I said that the next games were going to be quicker. That's kind of really all I have to share about this, but it was kind of fun to like make a little thing, and these placeholder ships look kind of cool when they're veering around and stuff. Yeah, kind of like how it came together. It would be a lot nicer with explosions. It would be a lot nicer if they shot at you as well. It would be a lot nicer if you could get out of the turret and explore the rest of the ship. But as I said, I'm not I'm not currently looking at you know, developing this into a full game right now. One thing I did. I guess I can touch on is I guess I can show off some like just bits of art, I guess. So let's have a look at that. So you know, got this spaceship that I modeled, and it was kind of fun challenge to go, all right, well, I don't want to spend any time on this, but how do I go about making its movements readable? You know, if there's no what am I saying? You know, if it's just a flat untextured ship, it's very easy for it to end up being something where you can't identify what it's doing. So I put these kind of very I put these markings on that I wanted to help emphasize rolls and loops and stuff. I guess not necessarily inspired by, but thinking about the same kind of stuff that the rotation pattern on the V2 rocket and stuff, where those rockets had like these black and white patterns that meant that no matter what angle it was you were viewing it from, that was unique, and so that you could use that to understand its orientation and its role if it's in the middle of blowing up. or if it's moving too quickly to get good footage of and you've only got a still to work from, you can still intuit a lot from just that shot. So I ended up using this kind of orange and white color scheme to try and do that. I did some like very rough, not really thinking much about it, sketches of what things might look like, but this is just me doodling while doing other things. There's not really a lot of conscious purpose or anything that I specifically attached to here, but you know, just whack out the symmetry tool and draw some things and see what it looks like, you know. And also the I saw this Unity 5 ad ages ago which had a lot of this orange and white, and that kind of stuck in my mind. I really like orange and white as a combination, and this image kind of was what my brain went back to when I was thinking about like what should this look like. But yeah, so that's it's currently called Gunnar, but who knows what it might be if and when it becomes a full game. But it was something that I spent you know, a bit of time on and had something that I could show off, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. So now I am going to re-invite Systemchalk to join us. Oh no! Oh, there he is. Who is currently marked as being offline, so I can't. Wait, yeah, I guess I guess I'll ping him here. Yeah, so the next game I wanted to talk about was Supply Chain, which is another management sim. I made it in a fairly small amount of time. With, hang on, I'll just get the game up and then we'll pull. It's got a pretty funky soundtrack, which I will turn down just a bit while we talk. That's probably quite enough. Alright, so this game started as a little kind of experiment thing, and grew into or not just a thought experiment, I guess it started as, and grew into a full project as I had some conversations with Systemchalk, who I should probably not fuss too much about window positions and stuff on the stream. We talked about game development, and he had talked about wanting to have more opportunity to practice game development and learn game development, and I kind of had this idea for supply chain several months beforehand, but didn't really feel like I could justify the time to develop it into anything. And I thought, well, if I'm showing someone the ropes, if I'm teaching someone something, then that's more of a excuse me, justification for turning it into a big thing, or a full-sized thing, I guess. And so we worked through this together. Systemchalk, would you like to I normally invite my collaborators to describe the game in their own words. Would you like to describe what supply chain is and what it is to you?
Sure. Well, I'll answer what it is in general first. It's this wonderful neoclassical proof that there is no system under which a centralized force can efficiently control the distribution of goods, and so it's better if we just simply let a free market sort of sort everything out. It's a very bold, liberal statement. I mean, supply chain from our discussions, but I think you can kind of pick it up from the game as well, is sort of trying to play around a little bit with the idea of saying, how can we produce so much and yet have this result of seeing empty shelves in stores, and obviously the whole idea of going from being able to produce a good and have it be available to people. There are entire industries. I don't know what statistical system Australia uses, but in North America we have something called the Nikes industry, and basically sort of logistics and warehousing is sort of its own component. Right. And so it's a fun little way. Obviously, like, this thing isn't it's not an educational game, but it's basically an opportunity for you to sort of nudge a system which keeps being subjected to these shocks, and try to optimize for an outcome, which is to say that you don't want to produce or store too much. You don't want to produce waste, but you also don't want to have a situation in which people's needs aren't being met.
Right.
And again, you can choose to view this as the invisible hand simulator, or you could decide that this is North Korea simulation, in which everybody everything is completely under control of the central government.
And we can like crank everything up, and we can have like way more. We can see we got some wastage here. The one thing, the very initial thought experiment for me was like, I saw a lot of people saying, it's panic buying, making like the panic buying is the reason why there's nothing in, no toilet paper in the shelves, and no food here, and no this, that, and no hand sanitizer. It's just people unnecessarily panicking. And all I could think was like, well, no, it's very easy for shelves to empty and there still to be huge amounts of stock in the supply chain. And in warehouses, and at the time there were people who worked in warehouses who were like, we have tons of toilet paper, and manufacturers who were going, we have tons of toilet paper. The difference is that instead of wiping their bum with toilet paper at home, people used to be wiping their bum at work and having to buy the toilet paper in order to sensibly wipe their bums at home with that extra load is more than what the supply chain was optimized for. And of course, like industrial toilet paper uses an entirely different supply chain, so you can't buy the toilet paper that you buy at work, that your work buys, to stick in your home under normal circumstances. So that also makes it difficult to respond to. And I had this idea of like, the more optimized your supply chain is, the more susceptible it is to disruption, the more fragile and brittle it is. And I guess that's the thing that was driving me towards wanting to do the project. We drew upon some of the same sort of things that Hivetime does in terms of its use of the population sliders. Is an abstract control for the implied dynamic processes you don't get to control a lot directly, but by tweaking the some of the endpoints, you can influence the system in between. And that's very much what supply chain is. And then we wanted these events to kind of shake things up. So there's one here where consumers are using less in general, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's I don't know if this is something that we'll be covering a bit later too, but I know my own sort of approach was to be a little bit hands-off in terms of saying, you know, where the source of the shortages would come from, because in the end, like, I sort of feel that a game, what's interesting about a game, of course, is sort of how you're reacting to the circumstances that you find yourself in. But they're still embedded inside of the game, and I know a lot of sort of what I think my role was, especially near the end, was sort of finding that balance of the systems. A lot of what you're talking about is sort of present inside of the way that the game works. So, you know, my personal view of, like, you know, the most efficient sort of way to play sorry, not Hivetime, of how to play supply chain.
It's all Hivetime.
Is essentially one where there's absolutely no toilet paper in the warehouse, that effectively, right, you know, you're going directly from the supplier to the consumer. Yeah. And that's sort of the just in time. That's the case where you're talking the very efficient but very fragile state. What's funny about it is the optimal way to play. So, you know, obviously I spent a lot of time, you know, staring at these columns and getting everything just right. There would be if there were no events, there is an actual ideal place in terms of the sliders where everything is perfectly balanced, and you'll have like just these beautiful charts that get produced. But what you look at when you actually play the game, and what sort of optimal positions for your sliders would be, are in fact areas that allow for a little bit of slack. And again, it's essentially the idea that you're probably not going to be so quick in terms of your reactions, and you don't necessarily know what event is going to come up, that you sort of express this trade-off of efficiency of saying that, because we know that today may not necessarily look like yesterday. We're going to allow a little bit of slack in the supply chain to make sure that we don't run into the really bad situation where people don't have their needs met.
Yeah.
At least that's how I balanced it. How you play it is up to the player.
Yeah, and we do put some constraints on. So there are these little triangles on either side, and if a supply point is full for too long, then the minimum slider will creep up, and if a supply point is empty, then the sort of maximum. Sorry, other way around. If it's empty, then the minimum will creep up on its own. If it's full, then the maximum will creep down on its own, and so that pushes the available window that you can manage stuff in, and that event just stopped production entirely. So now we get to deal with. That's an actual shortage, right? This truck's going to pick up what's left, and then there's going to be no more, and we're just going to keep using it. And so maybe we want to try and ration it. I don't know, but it's okay. These things don't last long. They're meant to be sort of temporary, transient fluctuations, rather than things that you actually have to deal with. You just kind of have to, you don't have to adapt to them. You have to absorb them, I suppose, is kind of the approach that I was thinking. But adjusting the minimum and maximum limits, and some events can just push those to half or whatever, to like force you to respond in different ways to different things was kind of a fun little thing. And one thing that kind of motivated me to work on this with you, and two, made it interesting to work on this with you, is that you are in your day job an economist who gets to think about these things a lot more frequently than I do.
Obviously, the danger of having that profession is that probably the most visible example are the people who yell at people on TV and pretend that they know everything, which is very different from my day-to-day experience. Yeah, exactly. They're very different from sort of my day-to-day experience of people who are actually informing the government or producing papers. What I found kind of interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're about as useful in some cases.
They get used for the same purpose at the end of the day.
Yeah. But what I found kind of interesting on some of the comments about the game was, I mean, it's a little bit like, I think. I have to assume, I mean, obviously you know more about making games than I do, but I have to assume, like any sort of creative endeavor, there's always this tendency to sort of want to add in everything plus the kitchen sink in terms of little additional, fiddly bits you can put on to either make the simulation quote unquote more real or whatever. It was kind of neat to do this. One is a modeling exercise, because of course the whole point of models is to be able to get something tractable. You don't want to have, I know, like the common joke about economics, this is like, I've summarized the entire economy through two numbers. And I'm like, well, kind of, but there's a whole lot of work that goes into choosing those numbers that, is kind of being, kind of being
those two
ignored
numbers
here.
might be relevant for some contexts.
Yeah,
but definitely not all.
Yeah, but what I thought was kind of neat about this one was that those triangles that you mentioned before, actually they do a lot of work, and I think they do a lot of work in a really interesting way. So like, when you have this huge surplus, to have sort of the upper bound of how much you can store, you can really have that stand in for so many different things. Some freshly minted MBA gets hired, and their big new improvement is going to be to sort of introduce a just-in-time system. And so in the face of quote unquote progress, you're no longer, the suppliers are no longer, or the warehouse is no longer carrying as much. Or alternatively, that triangle can represent consumer tastes. I'm probably not going to say that there's such a thing as fashionable toilet paper, but I also suppose
push the minimum point up, which means that everybody's
is
using
that
heaps more. That was the can't poo at work anymore.
Right. Which again, you can like, to me, those little triangles actually wind up expressing a lot of behavior. And what I found so interesting about some of the comments was a lot of what people were describing and the ultimate effects that it would have on the game do similar things to what those limitations do. But what's nice about supply chain, for me at least, and I mean, I realize that I have kind of the insider's view, and so my opinion is going to be different. But it's like supply chain kind of seems like rock, paper, scissors. And because we have those little triangles, if we didn't have them and instead we just added in like 6 or 7 other sliders to represent consumer preferences and such, it would have been sort of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. Where you're not necessarily, like, the game isn't necessarily any more fun. It's a lot more complex. And what I was really surprised by, like, because I've been living with these sliders forever, I think it's way too easy to find the optimal sort of resting places for them. But I've shared it with a couple of people who are also economists, and they still can't find the optimal setup.
That's interesting. Like, that's a relationship that developers end up having with their games, is that you get very practiced, you have all of the inside knowledge, and there's just no way for you can see here, even a couple of events in a row had a massive impact on the supply chain there, and everything was empty for a moment. But yeah, it's very normal for game developers to, I don't know if over optimize is the right word, but to just be more informed and more skilled at a game and its nuances than a typical first-time player or you know a player who hasn't had a lot of experience with the game is going to be. I mean, think about things like, say, Don't Starve, for example. Topical, topical stuff at the moment, but it feels like a really great example of how during early access, a lot of the game got tuned towards the early access players who had huge amounts of familiarity and were focused mostly on kind of like challenging and difficult content. And then after the game was released, my impression is that a lot of the early game became a lot easier, and Reign of Giants was kind of an attempt to rework a lot of the game as a whole to try and find something that appeals to both.
Yeah, it's actually funny you mentioned that, because it's true. Like, Don't Starve is one thing that I bounced off of, and also Sunless Sea originally. And both of those games are quite sort of public about the fact that they got a lot of very good feedback from their early access players. But of course, you know, it's just like anything. I mean, it's like giving a test for a group of grade 1ers and then like grade 7ers, and then you're saying is like, well, we attribute this to the, you know, the age effect. You know, the older you get, the smarter you get. It's like, yes, it's like, but there are a bunch of things. Yeah, there are some things that happened in those intervening 6 years that that also are affecting it. So. I actually, this is totally unrelated, but one comment on the newspaper. So I know you got me to do the like the sort of general design of these things, and I have like no artistic ability whatsoever. But I did have a really clear idea of how to do like the text parts. And what was really interesting is playing Divinity Dragon Commander for the first time a few weeks ago, and they do the exact same thing for their newspaper text. So I felt a whole lot better about it. Yeah, so nice. I felt a whole lot better about it afterwards, because I mean, obviously Larian's now done Divinity Original Sin 2. And,
I think you can see that kind of that style, that approach in a lot of animated things. You see it in comics and stuff as well. Like it's a shorthand for text that's so sometimes people put like just breaks in there as well to help make it look like it's separated words and stuff. Which can look kind of fun. One thing that I did with the graphical assets, and this event here, I've left it up because it's an example of the opposite, is I had this idea of, and we'll go back and we'll look at the supply points here. The only things that are coloured are the toilet paper, and the boxes containing the toilet paper, and the cars containing the toilet paper, and trucks and whatever. This idea that if we've got a management sim that's about the movement of stock, it's the stock that matters, and everything else is just kind of the things that hold the stock up, whether that's your toilet or shelves or whatever. And so I liked this idea of just going, well, what if everything except the toilet paper is invisible? We'll put some ambient occlusion in so that the impression of those things is there, but the things themselves are not present. And so I carried that across into the events as well. And so let's just fire off an event. What's a fun one? The squirts is fun. So the toilet paper is white here, but the toilet itself is transparent, but you can't see itself through itself. So in cases where it overlaps, it's a little bit more readable.
I've got a huge delay on the stream.
Oh yeah,
the squirts just came up for me.
That's my Australian internet. But yeah, that visual approach was something that I was really quite happy with. Maybe it doesn't matter to other people. The exception was that work from home one where it was a coloured laptop sitting on a closed toilet.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and I think the wheels on the trolleys are have a bit that's coloured.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I guess technically the folder is also colored too, but I don't know if that counts.
Oh yeah,
for
the
your
folder, yeah, the charts and stuff. That's true. I completely forgot about that. I'm a terrible designer. I also like the newspaper names and headlines and things that we came up with. I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, actually, I guess not all of your people are gonna or know. So the one of the more inside baseball ones for Canada is the Old and Stale. Because we have one of our paper of records as the Globe and Mail. So that's my Canadian contribution.
I'm like, did I add a shortcut that it doesn't? Oh, there we go. There's an Old and Stale. So because I've done a preview, this hasn't done a thing. Some events can apply to multiple supply points or can apply to any supply point. So this gets filled in dynamically when we activate it. It becomes near store. So I want to make sure I don't leave it too long. But in addition to the funny writing and the funny graphics, maybe the graphics aren't as funny to other people, but I find them amusing. I also wanted to have some kind of funny and funky music to go with it. And Peter had mentioned that he'd been, as he mentioned, furloughed recently, and just while we were working on Supply Chain. As this game got closer to release, it felt like it would benefit from and would warrant some fancy music. So I invited Peter to contribute some, or contracted Peter to do some music for this. Peter, would you like to talk about what that was like and how you feel about the game as a whole?
Sure. So I have really fond memories of doing this one, actually, because as you say, I had literally just been furloughed. It had only just happened, and it was, I think, the first week, or the first or second week of that happening, that I worked on this. It was really the first few days of trying to be a full-time musician for a while that I did this, and it was really the first time in forever that I had just had a few solid days, like a week of solid days where I could just sit down and make some music, and it was really pleasing just to be able to put these tracks out in a few days and basically just have, it's a small project, but basically just have a project done inside of a week.
It can be really empowering, right? To feel like you've moved forward with something.
Yeah, it just felt really nice just to be able to say, okay, I'm furloughed, so I'm just going to get into the mindset of being a full-time composer for a while, and then just have this project come along and just do it and finish it all in the same week. And it felt like, oh, I actually I did a full-time music. It worked. Because there's always this bit in the back of your head that, or in the back of my head at least, that where I think, could I actually do this if I was doing it all the time? Or would I just run out of steam very quickly? And it was very reassuring to me to see that, oh, actually, yes, it's not the same as just being on the 1 day a week where I'm a composer usually. It's not just like multiplying that by 5. You can only, I feel like you can only flex yourself creatively so much before you start to run out of juice. You've got to try and pace the time out with other things, and there's always stuff to do, like working on the website and working on admin stuff and invoicing,
and chasing
which
up future contracts as well. Like, you know, that's the freelance job. Is like so much of your time and effort needs to be spent on making sure that whatever you're working on isn't the last thing that you're working on.
Right, yeah, all of that, all of that sort of stuff. But obviously, the stuff that I ultimately get paid for is the music. So I need to do a sufficient amount of that as well. And I wanted to kind of prove to myself that it could be done. So yeah, this was the very first one of those, and it was, as I say, really pleasing. I'm actually I'm very fond of the pieces that I made as well. They're very they're pretty simple. They're just a few instruments and short pieces, but I think they came out quite nicely. I ended up using one of them. I think I recently did a little rearrange of my website to put some of my more recent music up as examples on there, and I used one of these one of these pieces as an example on the website. So I am pleased with it. Yeah, I'm pleased with what I managed to do in a short space of time. And as for where it came from, I suppose this game doesn't really look or feel quite like anything else in many ways, because, well, not many games you interact with just with a few sliders. But the closest thing that struck me when I played the early version with it was just the newspapers flying out, having a very sort of SimCity feel to it. It reminded me of that same sort of thing happening in SimCity 2000, which I used to play a lot when I was younger, and and actually some of that inspired some of the Hive Time soundtrack as well. So there's a little bit of a shared inspiration there, and so I decided just to make these little jazzy tracks that reminded me a bit of kind of funky jazzy tracks that reminded me a little bit of the kind of background music you get in those games, and also a little bit Theme Hospital for some reason. Some of that crept in.
Yeah.
I don't know why that one crept in, but it did, and so.
I think when I approached you, I was remembering that we talked about SimCity influences on Hive Time, and I was like, well, this could be a venue for stronger SimCity influences. In the back of my mind, I'd had Transport Tycoon sitting around, which I played a lot of, and that had this kind of like fairly funky soundtrack going on. And I may have suggested, because that was not done by Bullfrog, but it was done in that kind of era, and it kind of felt like it sat in that kind of space as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was nice to kind of come back and go, because I feel like Hive Time deviated away from some of those SimCity inspirations. It was nice to circle back and give that more attention.
Yeah, there's just something about that kind of laid back, funky, but kind of bass and drums driven stuff that really kind of evokes for me getting stuff done in a simulation context, possibly just because I associate it so much with that kind of genre of game.
Yeah,
but
it really does
works
feel
for
like
me.
The management sim equivalent of elevator music, right? Like it's just
Yeah.
it's so everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess a question for you both: how common is this whole stack the toilet on the cistern or next to the toilet thing for you guys? It's something that I have seen in lots of places, but it's also something that I am aware that not everybody does.
Well, what I will say is that as I was watching the clip of this game, I was thinking, yeah, I mean, I have a stack that looks not unlike that next to my toilet at the moment. It's not quite as well populated as that, but it might have been at some point around the beginning of lockdown when we genuinely were struggling to order toilet paper for a short amount of time. It wasn't as bad as it was hyped up to be, but it was but there was a bit of a problem, and we were having to kind of order more in advance as well because we were trying not to go out.
Right.
And so we'd end up in situations where we had too much, and but because of that, or because before we were fully locked down, like two of us living together, both of us had the idea of getting some toilet paper on the way home from work, and then we'd have too much, and because there was a point where if you saw it, you'd pick it up because actually the shelves were kind of empty of it. So if you
becomes
saw
like a
it, it kind of made
self-perpetuating
sense. Right. So I think you're right with what you said earlier. It's not
It's not people panicking
panic
per
buying.
se. Yeah.
There are reasons for the behavior. There are kind of logical reasons for the behavior. Like I don't think we were sitting there thinking, oh my god, where's our next toilet paper gonna be coming from? We were just thinking, you know what, it would just make sense to make sure we've solved this problem in advance, because we're not going to be able to go out so much, and we're going to need a bit more at home, and that, you know, when everyone else is having the same thoughts, that's the result.
Right. Yeah, I
will...
Oh, go ahead, Systemchalk. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to briefly add that there's something very amusing about the fact that I'm living in my first apartment where I'm actually doing the toilet paper stacking, because there's no roller. I've never actually stacked toilet paper that way until living here. So I guess 2020 was the appropriate year in which to.
I have a roll thing on the wall, but I normally keep like a couple of spare ones nearby, because it's a lot more convenient to do that than deal with the results of not having that.
Yeah, we have a sort of holder thing, but it's about 4 rolls of toilet paper high. So once you fill that up, then you just stack on top of that. Right. So it's
that's what we have as well.
Yeah.
And at one time, because I would like 5 or 6 fit on my arm if I'm carrying them stacked, and I'll that's how many I'll put in. And at one point, Miriam had commented on, like, maybe we don't need to put more in than the holder will cover. And so the next time she went in there, she saw a stack 12 high, and that was definitely an inspiration for the visual layout here in supply chain.
What I'm looking forward to is enough sort of shortages and panics so that it becomes socially acceptable, if not necessary, to
just
carry
toilet paper
one roll with you always. And then the point where actually it's not just one, maybe you need to start carrying 2. And I want to see what like the social limit for the appropriate amount of toilet paper to be carrying with you is. So,
yeah, so it'll be like, there, in the same way that there are no payphones anymore, there will just be no toilet paper in public toilets. Everyone will carry like a little roll holder on their belt as a thing. Apple
will introduce a new iPhone with a small toilet paper printer.
Yep. Does that kind of Apple, because they have their own scent, they have their own perfume thing that they spray in all their packages.
Oh yeah, it's a proprietary toilet paper. Like it will only work with the certain license.
Work with the toilets.
The perforations will be optimally designed, but completely incompatible with any other.
Toilet. It'll come without an inner core, of course, because it doesn't.
Oh, and it'll have rounded corners.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Very much so. Important. They'll be glossy. Oh, dear me. All right. Well, Hive Time, as I said before, is kind of more of a thought experiment than a large game that you would want to play for a very long time.
Or Supply Chain?
Supply Chain, as I said earlier, is more of a thought experiment than a large scale game, and I feel like we've kind of talked through most of that stuff. I was going to show briefly the original UI concept sketch that I had done like months before we made the actual game. Like all the art in the game is done in Blender. It's all pre-rendered assets, except for the lines on the road. I think they're just like Godot color rects, but everything else is in Blender rendered stuff. But I did want to just show off that piece of concept art, so I'll switch across to that, which is this here. And yeah, you can see early on I had this idea of the toilet paper is the only thing that's visible, and like in most senses it hasn't changed a lot. The factory has. I ended up discarding this whole like show individual rolls appearing in a box and going for more of a what does the factory floor look like when boxes are stored there, and boxes running across conveyor belts and stuff, because that led more appropriately into the sense of diminishing scale that moves down from left to right. So in the warehouse, you've got all these boxes, and each box represents a large number of toilet papers, and much more than will be visible on a shelf here. And then what's visible on the shelf kind of represents more than what you would have at home. And so, and I guess that was another sort of just systems design concern that we had as we progressed through development of the game in general, was like, there isn't a one-to-one mapping between a box here and a roll here. And there probably isn't really technically a one-to-one mapping between a box here in the factory and a box here in the warehouse. That's just kind of a rough abstraction that we wanted to show players. So yeah, that was a bit of fun to work on. I hope it was a good experience that you were able to learn something from. I'm glad it was a good experience that you, Peter, were able to use to launch into that phase of your work life at that point in time. Were there any further thoughts on supply chain or any other things that you would like to talk about while I've still got you? Peter, obviously you already talked about what projects you're up to, but if there's anything you want to add, feel free.
The only thing I want to add is that you can grab this soundtrack from my Bandcamp, and it is a public domain as well, I believe. It's been a while, so I don't remember how we did it exactly, but I believe it's public domain. And so you can use these pieces of music for whatever if you fancy it. I'd like to hear about it if you do, but if anyone wants to use these bits of music for anything, then feel free.
Yep.
I'm so happy I will not
cover art for the soundtrack as well. Sorry.
Yeah, keep it simple for the cover for this one, I thought.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm really glad I won't get a DMCA strike for streaming the game that I contributed to.
I have worked on projects where that has been an issue.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah. Not for streaming, but for trailers on YouTube. Which, is fun times. One other thing before we move off the soundtrack is we did also give them some funny names. I liked the idea of calling one of them Two Ply. I think was one of the tracks that I like the idea of. Yeah,
that one came from you. Yeah, Supply Chain is the title one. High Roller, yeah, I'm Flushed.
Yeah, all
good toilet related, but kind of subtly. If you didn't, maybe Two Ply is more obvious, but in a way that doesn't sound in any way disgusting.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't call them floater or anything.
No. I think it's nice and subtle. You could read those track titles without necessarily noticing that you were looking at a track listing for a toilet game.
Yeah. Missed opportunity to talk about toilet humor a bit there in the game itself.
Yeah. It was actually something that people commented on when I showed this at a local game dev collect. Like people picked up on the jokes, but they didn't like it. I mean, it's super easy to like go pretty low on this, but I think the closest we get to
yeah.
I was gonna say that or Brown Tuesday are as close as we get to like.
I forgot about that.
This sort of stuff that got a very good reaction. I think that's the good, like the relative restraint makes that particular one like that much funnier. Because if you immediately went to the bottom, sorry, the phrasing, but if you went low as soon as you can, then all of it is just kind of, if you're in the mood, great. But I actually think the balance kind of works out.
Yeah. And is there anything else that you're up to that you would like to talk about or share? I know you published an article recently that's kind of fun and topical.
Yeah, well, I got there's a couple of things. I did want to say two quick things just on the music and something you referenced before. The one thing, I really like the music, but the one thing I've noticed is whenever I've shared it with someone who knows me, it is always the first thing and sometimes the only thing that they mention. And while I love the music, I'm like, of course you mentioned the one thing I didn't work on.
That's the designer's lament. Nobody ever talks about games having cool design.
Well, nobody's going to say, "Oh, I'm fascinated by how well, how the difference between an optimal, on paper and a real balance, that's some wonderful work, very subtle there." It's like, hopefully, that should be maybe not so easy to see.
Well, listen, I mean, I've played the game, and and I'd like to say, it's got really good music. No, I did genuinely find all of the stuff that you talked about earlier interesting to engage with the game. So you can have that from me.
Yay! The other thing I find so interesting is I think a lot of our discussions wound up being about this idea of sort of units of measurement. And like to me, I was just not that worried about it because like I'm really used to talking about like a representative consumer or a representative business. Like I just sort of said, it's like, it all works itself out. But then it also occurred to me that like I'm fine saying that there's 2.273 popes per square kilometer in the Vatican City.
Right.
Like absurd measurements. It's mathematically true, but probably not very informative to say that. Although if everybody's like, "Oh, you mean the one that retired?" I'm like, "No, the Vatican City is like less than." That I found kind of it. But again, this always comes down to perspective, and I mean, presumably this is why collaborations are interesting because people bring their own perspectives, and
definitely.
I like to think that not all the ideas are localized to one particular group.
I think there's also the aspect of not just what does a unit represent, but also we are changing units across every supply point in this game.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of my stuff, because I know like I totally abused the talk about your stuff ending to talk about other game related stuff. I think the article you might be referring to is the wish list valuation one. That one's not actually on my blog, although I would love it if more people read my blog.
Yeah, I'm hastily scrolling through your Twitter to look for the link for it.
I actually don't remember. It's Kit Fox's Medium page, and I totally did not come prepared, but I bet you I can.
How much
find
is a Steam wish list worth? There it is. I
there
found
is it. Yeah,
I'm on the ball. I know what I'm talking about.
Yay. But yeah, that was. I don't know. I think sometimes the lack of attention my stuff gets does come from the fact that it's a little all over the place, because the demographic of streamer, data guy, occasional contributor to free games is a very niche audience.
Yeah, I have a similar problem. I don't cross post very often. I don't talk about other ways. There are people who go, who know my art stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you make games?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I make games." And then people who play my games are like, "Oh, you write articles?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do that sometimes." People who read my articles don't know that, I do other things, do community work, do whatever. I find it very hard to. I want the signal to noise ratio to be good for the people who are focused on the thing they're focused on, right?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was fun to work on this, and hopefully if you haven't tried Supply Chain and you're watching this, I hope you give it a shot, and I don't know, leave a comment.
It's a good game made by good people. And it has some great music.
Two thirds are good, so someone else was brought along for the chance to to have some of the glory rubbed off on him. So that was nice.
Good times. Well, thank you so much for joining me to talk about a little game that we made. Thank you for making a game with me. And I will be moving on to the next project, which Peter also contributed to. And I'm hopefully going to be able to wrangle the Nemoder in here.
Right, I'm jumping off.
Right, thanks again. And Nemoder has arrived. Welcome.
Hello.
I got a hunch I'm gonna have to turn you up. There we go. So this comes back to something that I'm probably going to talk about at the end of the stream, which is I had planned to make another sort of Hive time scale game in 2020 that was going to be called Hatcher, and it was going to be about hatching eggs. Good times. The funding that I was looking at getting for it didn't turn out to be available in the way that I had anticipated that it would be, and I found myself with a block of time that I had anticipated using for prototyping Hatcher, and I thought, well, maybe I can try and pull together another idea in the same way that I've had Gunnar kicking around, or maybe even less so because I hadn't actually prototyped anything, but in the same way that I have over 100 game concepts kicking around that I would like to someday make. I had this idea kicking around that maybe a sort of very simple 2-button. I was imagining initially just left and right mouse button rhythm-based game where you like play as someone riding through a haunted forest and you dispel ghosts and stuff. And I thought maybe if I brought on a bit of help, we could explore that idea within a couple of months and work out whether or not it was worth moving ahead with, and kind of make productive use of that time that I had allocated to Hatcher, but didn't quite feel like it was really the right thing to spend my time on. So Nemoder had collaborated with me on Hidden Star, which is another in development project that we have going on that's kind of just on hold for the moment. It had been a while since we did anything together or had made anything together, so I touched base with him and invited him to join me to check out this, try and work out whether or not there was some merit in this idea and work out what we could do with it. So what are your feeling? It's difficult. I think it's certainly difficult for me because Hive time. Everything is Hive time. Because Darkgroove is not a project that is currently active at the moment. I had a lot of life changes that meant that I found it very difficult to feel comfortable continuing to work on it. So it's not that... I don't want to say that poisons the project and makes it terrible, but it does make it a little bit awkward to talk about. So with that in mind, would you like to describe Darkgroove and what it means to you?
Sure. It was kind of interesting going on to it because it was the first time I'd worked collaboratively with the Godot engine. Like our previous title was just STL, I think. And
yeah, I was just C and STL.
So I was a little bit familiar with the editor because I'd made that game jam game with it, but it was different working collaboratively and trying to navigate through the editor when somebody else is making changes to it. So that took some getting used to.
Yeah, I think it was the first project where I had been collaborating with another programmer on a Godot project, and on Hive time, really Miriam didn't touch any of the Godot scenes, so that was a bit of a learning experience for me as well.
But overall, I think it was an interesting project, and maybe we can continue it sometime. But I guess it was fun to try to piece together like how we wanted it to look, but I felt like I never really had a clear vision of like where we wanted to go, other than the basics that you'd already described of it being like a simple rhythm game, which I'm not that familiar with because I haven't really played that many of them. But
and that kind of leads into why I felt like I needed to step back from the project at the time that my life was turning upside down, was mostly because it didn't feel like the project itself was solid enough that I could have enough confidence to say, yes, this will work. Yes, we can go, all the way through to a finished product with this. It felt like we still needed a bit more time to experiment and nail down some of the core stuff. And part of that might just be me being spoiled by Hive Time and Supply Chain and Honeycomb Crunch and the away team, all just more or less matching what exactly my original vision was, without a lot of uncertainty once everything just kind of worked and panned out. Whereas I feel like Darkgroove just isn't quite there yet. It might be very close, or it might be very far away, and that uncertainty was hard for me to feel comfortable embracing at this time.
Yeah, it's pretty easy just to go down like 100 different paths and say, okay, well, maybe this will work, or maybe this will work, or maybe this will work. And then
Right.
Not really ever quite get to where you want to be.
And then the flip side of what you're balancing is that it's very easy to like get stuck going down one path that isn't quite working or doesn't turn out to be the thing that you wanted to make, or the best path to go down. So it's like you don't want to get bogged down in doing everything, and you don't want to get just sort of in this idea that your project can't change or can't evolve, because you cut yourself off from a lot of potential positive things. And because you don't know anything about your project when you first start. It's while you're making it that you learn about what works and what doesn't, and you learn about what its identity is, and you learn about what its needs are. And I feel like we were starting to get there with that. Like we were starting to uncover, what is it like to play Darkgroove, and I'll actually play through a track. I guess I'll play through a bit now. And I've got all of the kind of experimental gameplay stuff turned off, so this is just the straight 2-button thing. You have a torch in one hand and a sword in the other hand, and eventually there would be different types of enemies that are vulnerable to different types of attack. In my mind, ghosts were always going to be things that you use torches against because they're ethereal and don't respond to the sword at all. But in this case, in this build, everything is a ghost, so we just have a little icon above their head to identify that. And I found that rather than using the mouse, the keyboard ends up being a bit more comfortable for me, so I'll be playing with the keyboard as well. So let's kick that off and see how it sounds. Oop. just missed the first beat, it's fine. And Discord just crashed, so I will I will rejoin that call and get Nemoder and Peter back. Sorry about that. I just had a small technical hiccup there, but I think I'm back now, and I think Nemoder and Peter are back now. But yeah, so that gives an idea of what the gameplay looks like. In terms of just kind of what the core stuff that we were exploring around did. I also was keen to try a couple of different camera modes. And another thing that I guess made me less certain was that I always had in my mind that maybe we could also do a VR version of this game. And yeah, sort of as much as I would like to just have something that works in VR and out of VR, I feel like in hindsight it would have made more sense to just treat those as separate games and not hold the not VR back version with thinking about what a VR thing would need to be. We also were toying with how the beat stuff should work, whether you would have to do an attack or an action on the beat, or whether you could hold the action ahead of time, and what kind of impacts those would have for gameplay. And then we also had this idea of maybe you could have horizontal movement as well as another control. And I tried a couple of things in there. So one is like you treat it like a joystick, where you if you're using the mouse, you move slightly to the left, and it's like you move a joystick to the left, and so you drift left a little bit or back or whatever. But when you move back to the middle, that stops moving, as opposed to moving to the middle of the lane, or middle of the path, which was so we had relative and absolute, so we implemented both of those. And I also implemented like a lane-based mode, which is more like what you would have seen in, say, something like does Audio Surf have lanes? I think it does. But yeah, like they divide the path up into 4 or 5 sections that you move between to avoid obstacles or to get close enough to attack ghosts. So we did sort of play around with a couple of different ideas there. Another thing that we did was and you did a lot of the early work on this, Nemoder, was a track editor, which I will pause, where you can just like say, oh, I want to add a at the moment I've got basic as a ghost that's susceptible to torches, and advanced as a ghost that's susceptible to swords, but you know, that's and there's also fancy ones, and fancy ones have like multiple beats, multiple hits that they have to receive before they'll go away, and they'll kind of get pushed further down the path. But yeah, was there anything that you thought was interesting about working on the editor, Nemoder?
It was a bit of a challenge just working through Godot's, I guess, limitations with the audio stuff. I guess that was the biggest thing.
Yes.
Yeah, Ian said in chat about the timing. I think we just stored the time values in a text file and then used the editor to match it to the beat.
Yeah, so in the game at the moment, everything is still, and as we work through the list of beats, we spawn things like 2 seconds out or 5 seconds out or however many lead ahead, so that when they arrive at the player, that's when the timing happens, but they don't get spawned until it's a couple of seconds away. And that's sort of how we manage timing. All of the actual movement towards the player is controlled by the Godot engine process loop, and uses the timing based on that as well. And I think we made that fixed step. I think we pushed it in the physics update so that it would be consistent rather than variable. Not that it really matters, because the window of where you can hit and where you can't hit is big enough that wouldn't really matter so much. But that approach seemed to work well enough. You mentioned that we
talked about doing like beat detection, but I don't think we ever quite got it working well enough to rely on it. So all the hit point or the markers are all manually laid.
Yeah. So you manually put in what your BPM is. So if it's like, if you're working on 80 BPM, then you do that, and then you want to work out where your first beat is. So you align the offset with the first beat, and then you can turn on snapping, and then that will, if we select that, it will align them to the beat, if that's what you want. Then you can just turn that off to have free control. But yeah, like, it's tricky. Like in the editor, Godot exposes like a waveform view as something that just shows up when you load an audio file. It's like one of the GUI widgets, but that's not exposed anywhere in the Godot API. I can't use that without writing a plugin or whatever. So at some point I'm going to write a Godot proposal and suggest that we get some of that waveform data, make that so that it's easy to expose directly in games. The way that we generate the waveform at the moment is to just play the music back and monitor the peaks. So all of the new, I think it was 3.2.1 maybe, that got a bunch of new audio stuff, but it was all about real-time processing rather than like things we could do in advance and cache. Yeah, we just have like a little loading bar the first time that you load a piece of music, and then we cache the waveform, which is why you didn't have to wait for that to happen while you were watching just now. The positioning here is just X and Y positioning. The vertical positioning is fake. I guess you can talk about that, Nemoder, because you implemented all of the heel and turn stuff.
Sorry, what was that?
The corners and hills and stuff technically aren't real.
Right. Well, the whole world is like just a scrolling texture. It's not like your character's actually moving at all. So, what I did was make a vertex shader, which was all new stuff to me. So I'm mostly just copying examples and trying to get them to work right. But yeah, so it just turns the whole plane into like a waveform, and then the hills and corners that you map in the editor just tell it to start adjusting the plane to match that curve.
Yeah. Oh, look, I totally busted up the manual entry thing. So this has got a manual entry thing for timing for things, but I guess I didn't finish doing the manual entry. Oh no, I did do the manual entry for these. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. I'm just talking garbage. Yeah. So the only position-wise, the only thing that controls the position in 3D is the X position here is how far away they are from the player from the beginning of the song, and obviously the playhead kind of represents that virtual movement of the player through the space. As you said, Nemoder, is just a scrolling texture, so we're not actually moving. But yeah, as the song progresses, we go, okay, well this ghost is due to spawn in 5 seconds, so we're going to place it over here so that it arrives at us in 5 seconds. The Y position on the editor here controls how far left or right they are on the path. In the track that we saw before, we saw that all of the torch ones were on the right and the sword ones were on the left, but those are actually not hard restrictions. We can put a torch one on the left if we want, just to shake things up. And that's pretty much it as far as like movement and positioning stuff goes. Trying to think what else is interesting about the editor. There are these effects like the heels and stuff. So there's a left turn, a right turn, a heel leaning downward, and a slope leaning upward. And presumably we would have done more. We were talking about doing like environment stuff, so you could transition from a creepy forest with lots of mushrooms to a creepy forest with lots of dead tree stumps, or a creepy forest with lots of ruins and snow or something. You like allow you to kind of move through all those sorts of things, which is kind of neat. Obviously, as I said, the ghost was just the first enemy that I'd been thinking about. But I also had ideas for like skeletons, and I had, because like we've got these multiple hit enemies, I had this idea of like, or I had wanted to eventually look towards, oh look, I'm putting down lots of slopes. We don't need those. I had this idea of we could have bosses. I really like this idea of like a giant spider where you have to hit each of its legs multiple times, and so the legs will appear at different positions along the timeline, but it'll be the same leg that you're hitting as they come past, or like a giant walking tree guy or something that you gotta chop a bunch of times as the song progresses, and those felt like they could be sort of fun things. And those are sort of leading me to think about, do we want to care about obstacles then, like left and right movement, so you're avoiding the legs of the giant spider or whatever, and sort of ironing out and exploring which bits of those mechanics made sense would allow us to make better tracks and better levels early on. But also having the level editor or the song editor in here is pretty cool. Not just for the purposes of allowing us to like quickly iterate and quickly make changes. Like the very first pass of the song of this track that I wrote, all of these positions, I actually wrote them by hand in a text editor. After Peter sent me the music, we didn't have the song editor, and then after having the song editor, we were able to sort of have an understanding enough of what we needed to be able to write some UI to do that and make it easy to do that. So that's kind of neat to have, and it turns out that because I made playable builds of this available to my Patreon supporters, a couple of those early testers had a little bit of a play around with this stuff, and I wanted to specifically mention Local Hoster, who had done a couple of custom tracks, and that was really exciting to see. I can't remember. I think I'm pretty sure I showed you those, Nemoder, but I don't remember for sure. If I didn't, I'll make sure I send them to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Which does kind of bring us back to music, and music is obviously a big part of what this game is and what it was meant to be. So I, again, knowing that Peter was in a position where he would like and benefit from some work, I invited him to pitch like a concept piece for this. I think the brief I gave him was like, it's kind of imagine like a fairy tale that builds up to something rocking. Is that vaguely the ballpark of where we were going?
That is how I remember it. So at the time, I was in the middle of this other project that I talked about earlier, where this unannounced game where I was doing some stuff to do with kind of history of British rock meets SNES style things, and there was some overlap with what you were talking about for this project, but I was I'd kind of been working on that soundtrack full time for a couple of months, and I was starting to get to the point where I felt like I just needed to do something else for a very short while, and so having this to kind of distract me for a couple of days, just do this pitch for a couple of days before getting back to that project, it came with kind of ideal timing, but also I was very in the mindset of that project, so a lot of that, what I was thinking about for that soundtrack, kind of ended up bleeding over into this this pitch that I did as well. But I decided what to kind of emphasize guitars, emphasize something with a kind of galloping beat to it as well, which is maybe slightly unusual for a rhythmic game as well, and ended up causing some unanticipated issues later on.
So when I was doing the editor, I was like, hey, what BPM is this? And you're like, oh.
Yeah. So learning process for me, I've never done a rhythm game, so when you came to ask me what BPM it was, I was like, oh, well, actually, it sort of depends how you're counting, because you can count it as I was doing, as a kind of 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 fast beats, or you could count it as kind of 2 beats but slower. So it's 1 2 3 2 2 3 1 2 3 2 2 3 1 2 3, and depending on which you do, you might end up with a BPM which is a fraction of a number, which is probably difficult to deal with in a rhythm game when you're trying to work with something a bit more specific. So yeah, something to think about next time that I might be working on one of these sorts of games. Make sure that your BPM divides into both 3 and 2, I guess.
Yeah, I know that Nemoder had
if
a
I
little bit
decide
of
to go with
trouble
that feel.
getting the
Yeah.
I just so out of my field when it comes to music stuff, and so even understanding what BPM meant and how it interacted with the timings in the game was just a real challenge.
Yeah, it's funny. I guess when it went in, I was like, this is an interesting, like this feels like a technical piece, I guess, in terms of like how it maps to gameplay. It creates an opportunity for some really interesting technical gameplay, and is probably not a very good example of like starting track. I think about say Crypt of the Necrodancer has that track King Konga, which like kind of has a bunch of syncopation going on, which I imagine potentially could throw a lot of players off who aren't like equipped to process music like that. And I wonder whether or not this
gets me every time.
I wonder whether or not this track has some similar hurdles to it. But I absolutely love it. I think it's wonderful. And was definitely last year we talked a little bit about this idea of music being able to play a similar role to concept art in terms of being exploratory of tone, in terms of being exploratory of atmosphere and mood, in terms of like giving room and giving prompting for exploring ideas and where an idea can go. And I felt like this piece played that role here to a strong degree.
I'm glad, and we spoke about this a little at the time, but where I always felt this was going, if it were to be fleshed into a full project, would be multiple musical contributors doing their own take on what spooky forest rhythm music might sound like. And that always felt like where it might be leading, and I was kind of happy to attempt my own version of that for this. In the end, when it became apparent that this wasn't going to be moving forward, at least for the time being, I ended up repurposing this track for the other soundtrack that I was talking about because of how close it was thematically to the stuff that I was already working on. I was like, I was really stuck for boss music in this other game I was working on, and I kept on making a version of it that I wasn't quite happy with, and I kept on coming back to this pitch piece that I've made for you, and it's like, I'd really like to make a version of this. So I asked you because by this time you told me that this was not going anywhere fast. And so I was like, if it's okay, I'd like to use this for the thing that I'm currently working on. And obviously, if this project came back online at some point, then I'd like to do something similar in style to this for this game. But yeah, this piece of music will live on in another form, and if you dig around again on that SoundCloud, the fuller version of that piece is available to listen to.
Yeah, and I think that like I've been skirting around it, and just to kind of touch on it directly is that it's very normal for projects to hit hurdles during development that lead to them falling out of production or not being moved ahead with after prototyping, and that's just like, it is so normal. You just don't hear about it. Nobody talks about their like little cool ideas that that they were working on that just didn't, stars didn't align such that they could get out. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's cancelled in any way. I think all three. I don't necessarily want to put words in your mouth, but for me, at least, if I had the stability and safety to feel like I could work on this, I I would welcome the opportunity to push ahead and you know, find the game that it wants to be and make that a reality. And if the opportunity arises, I would like to say that I would like to do, you know, that I would do that, but I don't know what the future holds, and right now there's no way that it makes sense for me to say yes, I'm definitely coming back to this at some point, because I really don't know. And as you say, like, sometimes you do things that you like and that resonate with you, and sometimes it makes sense to carry some of that work across to a future project. I'm probably going to talk a little bit about Hatcher later on, and some of Hatcher draws upon ideas that I had for the Farrier. And while I probably might do a little bit more work on the Farrier at some point, it will never be like the large scale game. You know, any game can, any concept has like an infinite possibility space around it for things that it could be. And there was a vision for a larger project that the Farrier could have been, that doesn't make sense to make at the moment. That some of those ideas, you know, might be repurposed in a future project as well, and that's super normal as well. But yeah, it's hard to like, it's hard to be like super upbeat and say I love this project and I definitely want to work on it some more. That's the truth, but whether or not that's going to become a reality is not not clear and not the truth right now. So in all this kind of like talking about it in the past tense and in talking about it as something that is not being worked on right now and maybe might not get attention again in the future, it's easy to sound like you know, down on the idea or not positive about the idea, but that's definitely not the case. You know, I absolutely love what we've done so far, and I've enjoyed working with both of you on this. But yeah.
And like even stuff that doesn't pan out, I find isn't really is often not wasted in any way, because, well, I mean, aside from it being enjoyable to work on in various ways,
Definitely,
and
yeah.
educational to work on in various ways, but also I would say probably about 5 or 10% of everything I make it is resurrecting ideas from years ago. I regularly, at least once or twice per project, I will find a way to use a melody that I came up with several years ago and never found anything to do with, you know, or the project that it was in just didn't pan out or whatever, and I now have an opportunity to use it again. So all of this stuff just becomes part of your library of stuff to draw on for the future. So it's all worthwhile.
Definitely. And we talked last year, one of the tracks in Hive Time was a track that you'd made for another project that hadn't found another home.
Yes,
I think.
It was, yes. That was just something that I'd pitched for a friend's project, and they decided to go in a slightly different direction with the soundtrack, and so I just had this loose piece of music which I was quite happy with, and suddenly just resurfaced in my brain when I saw the kind of idea behind this event, and you know, found a way to use it. And similarly with this piece, it happened maybe on a quicker cycle than usual, but but I was able to use the music that I made for this in another context. It's always it always ends up being worth it in some fashion, I think.
Yeah, and I think
especially when you're like,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Exploring new ideas, and for me, like, this game was the first like full real 3D game I'd worked on, and so, you know, not just the learning part of it, but being able to use some of those things like the shader stuff that I'd done here, like I'll be able to easily use that in other projects, or at least the concept of how it works, and so it's really cool to work on stuff like that. And even if it doesn't pan out for this project, like, it just totally adds to everything you've done, everything you can do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I also want to mention that this brightly lit thing is a debug view that you added to make it easier for us to look at what the ground is doing and look at what the scenery is doing while we're working on things. But it does kind of give a nice look at some of the placeholder assets that I'd made that found their way into the game. But yeah, I definitely.
It's supposed to be dark, but it's definitely nice to be able to see what's going on.
Yes. I was gonna say I learned a bit as well. Like I hadn't done any audio stuff or any rhythm stuff or any sort of timing based stuff before with Godot, and I think we both learned a little bit about performance limitations and approaches to instancing and stuff that well, for me at least, definitely benefited Hive Time. And then I think if I'm ever able to come back to this, a lot of the stuff that I've done on Hive Time as well, in the meantime, has given me a lot of things to think about and possible ways to improve approaches for stuff on this. So it's something that if the opportunity does arrive, it would be nice to come back to.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to try to optimize it and just to see what works and what doesn't, because it solves some answers even if the project doesn't go forward. It's like,
yeah,
because we thought about that for like a week, going back and forth, saying, okay, well, what can we do to?
What if we try this? Is it the polygon count? No. Is it the instance count? Maybe not so much. And I think we are pooling instances, but there's actually like a huge amount of overhead involved with removing and adding things from the scene tree.
Yeah.
And what I ended up doing in Hive Time was just when a bee dies, it gets turned invisible and placed behind the camera. It's still in the scene tree, so it never has to go through any of that setup and teardown stuff anymore. And that had a massive impact on performance. I think we could possibly have some similar benefits from
that makes sense.
From doing similar things here. Yeah.
So rather than like deleting the tree and moving and creating a new one, we just move it to the other side of the screen, and that would probably save a lot.
Yeah, just turn it invisible and put it somewhere you can't see it. And Peter mentioned earlier that there was this idea of having multiple composers work on the game. That was always going to be a sort of, what kind of budget are we going to throw at this once we found enough of the game to say, yes, we're definitely moving forward with production. And I think from that point, production would have been fairly small, right? Like, would have made some better assets and polished and tuned things a bit. But I think in the prototyping that we were doing and the prototyping that we were going to do, I think we would have nailed down most of our approaches for how does rhythm work, how do entities move throughout the play space, how does player input work, and how does how does all that stuff work, and we probably wouldn't be touching that. And any subsequent content that goes in is just rearranging and remixing most of the same sort of stuff. And I was thinking, like, if production is going to be small and short like that, then I could probably afford to invest time in creating like a unique environment per soundtrack. And obviously this would all depend upon how much money I had to commission different composers. I definitely had a few lined up who I'd said, hey, if this project goes ahead, would you be interested in being involved? And I had this my friend Drew, who also streams. I don't know if he's here today. He does like synthwave stuff, and I was like, man, I could do like some retro neon 80s feeling environment, where like instead of riding a horse, maybe you're like riding a BMX or something, with like a cool neon sunset and like grid instead of ground or whatever, and just like have an entirely different feel for that soundtrack. Taking it to those kind of extremes would have been an option. I think the core game would have been more of this kind of forest fantasy setting, but in terms of what was possible, like budget providing, the sky was the limit, really. And Discord has just crashed again, so we'll restart that. But yeah, I found was definitely had in my mind, this sort of minimum version of what the game can be is what we're sort of working towards identifying. But then a kind of maximum version of the game is a lot broader in terms of content, but still ends up being expressing the same gameplay, I guess. So yeah, I will also show, before we move on from Darkgroove, where are we? Yeah, so I did a couple bits of concept art. I did this very rough, very, very fast sketch of like just what does this game look like in terms of what do you see, how much do you see, and what's going on. And it's like, well, you see a horse from behind and maybe a ghost down the road and maybe some glimpses of tree branches as they rush past, but really it's just the path and not much visible surrounding that. A lot of this was kind of coming from that kind of VR thing that I was thinking about early on, and late on, and just all through to more extent than I should have been, I think, was like, if we make everything dark, we don't have to show anything else. Then that's less stuff to render. That's potentially more VR friendly, more performant in that kind of high performance environment. But also, I just kind of like the mood of this kind of dark, oppressive forest. Sorry, just inviting Miriam to join us again if she happens to be around. Now that we're talking about concept art. And I think I had shown this to Peter while he was looking at the soundtrack.
Yes, you had shown this to me. This is basically what I had to go on for the pitch. This and your description that you mentioned earlier, but it was perfectly serviceable though, because you look at that and you hear it's fairy tale-ish, but something more rocking than that, and rhythm game, and you can put those ideas in a blender and come up with a pitch idea. It's perfectly, it evokes what you were going for perfectly, I thought.
Yeah, and like that's what I was kind of hoping for, was that as a concept piece it would be functional, but less functional as like a nice art showcase of what's going on.
But also going back to what you said earlier, and it's something that I've often talked about as well, that often music is left out of the concept equation. It's often music is something that gets added at a fairly late stage to a game, and I've always liked the idea that music can inform the direction that a game's look and feel goes in the same way that the look and feel can inform how the music sounds. There's no reason for one to necessarily come before the other. So I've always been very comfortable with the idea of being, look, I'm just gonna make some stuff based on the vague things that you've said and shown me, maybe, even if that's just a couple of sentences about this idea that you have, and see if it sparks anything in you. I've always liked the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. And I think as well there's also value in concept work that is like just and this is a charged word that has lots of meaning in different contexts, but fidelity. If you have less fidelity in your concept work, then you have more space for the creative ideas that evokes, and less explicit, less likelihood to be tied to the explicit details that would be there in a higher fidelity work, which is why some of my concept stuff is this scribbly, even though I'm capable of doing a lot less scribbly work.
Sure, yeah.
And I don't know what your process is like with music, but I know that typically in many other disciplines it's kind of the same, that you do some blocking out first, and that sets the structure within which you get to be creative rather than get too detailed too early on. Sometimes it plays out a little bit differently, but often that kind of
Yeah,
structural thing is helpful.
I can end up being my own worst enemy where that stuff is concerned. Where as soon as I start working on an idea, I start wanting it to sound close to how it is in my head at the end, and so I get worked up over details and end up overdoing it and getting it too honed at the start more so than it needs to be. But what I do also do um, quite often when I'm just not quite at the stage where I'm ready to start putting it into my workstation or whatever is I'll just sit at a piano or a keyboard or whatever instrument that is working for me at the moment and just play stuff and see what ideas strike me,
Yeah.
or just try and work out whatever idea is rattling around my head, and I'll just record a really simple version of that on my phone, even if it's just like a 10-second thing, just to retain the idea. So often the very first versions of my tunes come in the form of these very bad phone recordings of me not very well playing the piano, just so that idea is down somewhere. So there's there's really a kind of middle stage for me. It's either extremely scrappy and unfinished, or getting towards the final version, and it doesn't spend very much time in the middle.
I know that when I'm composing, I don't compose a lot of music. I don't think of myself as a composer. I'm just someone who noodles around a bit. But I find that when I am making music, that it is enormously easy for whatever music I am is kind of coming out in the moment to immediately wash away anything that I had in my head 5 minutes before, or even immediately before, or even during. And so I can sit down and in a quiet room, I can think out a bunch of different parts and how they might work together. But the moment that I sit down with a guitar or a piano to get one of those out, the others are gone.
Oh yeah, I mean I've had enough moments of just I've been out there walking with nowhere to record anything onto, and had an idea for a piece of music, and then just been desperate to get to a position where I can get it down, because if I don't, then that'll just go. No matter how much I liked it, it'll just disappear if I don't get it down within a certain time. And I try not to think about how many pieces that I've been really happy with in my head that have been lost by that.
I think there's
by
like
just
two
forgetting.
factors got to be at play there. Like, one is that you forget things, and there's not much that you can do about that. But there's also an aspect of it's easy for your brain to fill in the blanks. We have this thing called rubber duck debugging when thinking about programming problems, and that is that, like, until you take the time to like actually explain out what the problem is, there are so many aspects of the problem that you probably don't think about, and you don't have reason to think about until you sit down to try and explain it. And I wonder whether or not there's also an aspect of, it feels like a solid idea, it sounds like a solid idea in your head, but maybe only 30-40% of that, what felt like was there, was actually there as anything solid.
Oh yeah, no, that happens too. So sometimes I've had an idea in my head, and I've managed to retain it to the point where I can get down at my computer, and so I start putting it in, and then about 10 minutes into this process, I'm like, this isn't actually as good as I thought it was. This idea isn't actually working in the way that I expected it to at all, and I just abandon it. So it's maybe some of those ideas that I regret forgetting were just wouldn't have worked out anyway. That's definitely true.
It happens from time to time. I've got another piece of concept art on the screen that I did at some point when I was thinking about character stuff. I didn't finish it. I was just like, wanted to draw the character with some exciting lighting from the torch. It doesn't, it's not particularly noteworthy, but it was nice to have something else to throw around there. The last piece of concept art that I wanted to show off was this. Initially, I had just rounded cylinders for the ghosts that had eyes on them. I don't know if you remember that version, Nemoder. I think that was back when we still had the triangle trees. And Miriam liked the idea, because I was just like, this is so temporary, I don't need to spend any time or thought on it. But Miriam kind of had this idea of like a kind of cute ghost, which she scribbled out, and I ended up using as the base for, or the inspiration for what's currently in the game.
I still like her eyes better. I think it's those eyebrows.
yeah. You know what? I don't think I put eyebrows on the other ghost.
Look like enemies, and the ones in the game just look like friendly Caspers a little bit.
Yeah, I should definitely investigate putting eyebrows on them. But yeah, we were also talking about ghosts having armor, and maybe you've got to like knock the armor off with the sword and then hit them with the torch. And so this idea of like combinations of different actions that an enemy might require as a way of kind of increasing the technical complexity of gameplay as things progress was definitely something that we had in mind as well. But also different enemy types, as we mentioned. And maybe we also talked about like, what if there's like a log over the path and you've got to press a button to jump over it, or what if there's a hole that you've got to leap over, or a branch, like particular type of branch that you've got to duck under, as sort of extra actions. And I feel like those are probably good directions to go in, because we could, in terms of broadening the palette, being able to have like complex boss encounters or complex enemies where you have to duck under their attacks, or you have to leap over their attacks or something, could make things feel a little bit more interesting without necessarily adding a significant amount more of gameplay complexity. Because like, pressing a button to swing the sword and pressing a button to do a jump still uses all the same timing code, it just plays a different animation, right? So
I just feel like it's so easy to just start adding more and more things. So I was like, well, maybe let's just get the first part done. And
that's the other thing too, is like, if the original idea was a simple thing, a two button game, then it makes sense to not complicate that too much, and that if we do go beyond that has to be very consciously done. But also I think about, I haven't played it, but I've seen it played. I think it might be Sayonara Wild Hearts is a rhythm-based game where I believe the buttons that you press are like mostly contextual. So in one place, depending upon where you are in the level, pressing the X button on your gamepad might make your character jump, but in another place it might make them do a special type of attack thing, or blow a kiss, or whatever is appropriate for that particular part of the game. And maybe some of that kind of contextual stuff might have been an interesting route to go down. So like, maybe there are still two buttons, but in some cases, instead of using the sword, you use the that causes a jump, if that's the right place to jump in that particular track. So we could explore with that kind of thing as well. So different ideas to think about, different ways to express some of that sort of similar gameplay. But if the opportunity arises, it would be fun to try and revisit that. But for now, it's on the back burner. So yeah, that's about all I had on my to-do list to talk about for Darkgroove. Peter and Nemoder, if there's anything else that you wanted to mention about the game, or if there's anything that you're currently up to that you would like to share. I don't currently have any URLs to share for any of your work at the moment, Nemoder, but you do have an itch page, so I'll definitely
Not much to
stick
see
that
there,
down.
just that game jam game right now. But
There's Hidden Star as well, I think.
I don't think that. Oh, that's on. Maybe that's on your itch thing. But what didn't go on mine?
Oh, it doesn't
Yeah,
go on
I
this.
think
Weird.
it would be interesting just to see, like, because Godot's gone through so many changes in the last year, and especially once I start adding all the Vulcan stuff in, it'll be interesting to see how
Yeah.
concepts like this could be made to run a little smoothly.
Yeah, especially with performance being a thing. I know that there have been a bunch of things that have benefited Hive Time at least. So I do have an expectation that there will be some benefit for this game. Yeah, but is there anything else that you want to share, or any of your current work that you'd like to give attention to?
No. I think
All good.
that could.
I think we mostly covered stuff for you already, Peter. But if there's anything you want to add, feel free.
I feel very well covered at the moment. What I will say is, this has been a pleasure, as it was the last time. Thank you for inviting me on to talk about this stuff. It's great to go through all this in some detail. That said, time is getting late for me, so I will probably take this opportunity to drop off for the night.
No worries.
So
thanks for coming by, and
much.
thanks for talking about a whole bunch of games and for contributing to a whole bunch of games last year. And look forward to both of you and also Miriam and Aubrey and Systemchalk, if the opportunity arises, potentially collaborating again in the future.
Yeah.
Right.
That would be lovely. Okay, bye then.
I will move on to the next game, which is In the Snowy Winter's Wake, which will hopefully be familiar to anybody who's been following my work for any period of time. In the Snowy Winter's Wake has been the sort of main big project that I have been focusing on focusing on is the wrong focusing on is the wrong the wrong way to frame that. It is the game that I have has been sort of my major project that has been constantly interrupted by contract work and other project for the past many years. It is difficult to describe, and I feel like I should do so because it's easier to understand from playing than from watching. But it is a text adventure game with first-person style camera controls and single verb point-and-click style interface, I suppose. It is so there's a 3D world around you that you can't see, and whatever you're facing I give you a text description of. So in a traditional text adventure you might type "look west," but in this game you move the mouse or gamepad or joystick or whatever to the left. Yes, to the left. And then you will be turning to face west, and whatever's there, the game will give you a description of. So it has more of an analog feel to it. And I'm just gonna fire it up now, and we're gonna play a little bit through the demo while I talk about the work that I did on this game in 2020. Bjork. Here it is. Oh,
Hi, and thanks
and
for
we
your...
don't need to read the README. So, as I said, this has been a project that I've been working on for a long time, and in 2019, early in 2019, I made the decision to focus on Hive Time instead, because I felt like I could get Hive Time finished faster. and I felt like Hive Time was a lot easier to talk about and to pitch as a game that people might be interested in. And in that way, it would also be easier for me to, make money to help further fund Winter's Wake's development. But, things don't always work out how you plan. I'm very proud and very happy and very comfortable with the time that I've given Hive Time, but in the end, I don't think that it's necessarily benefited Winter's Wake in the way that I had hoped. Hopefully it means that I have a slightly larger reach and a slightly bigger audience to invite to check out Winter's Wake. In Winter's Wake, cutscenes are just kind of scrolly text stuff that is timed to music. And I'm going to skip that because we're just going to talk about gameplay. And I'm going to show some behind the scenes stuff here as well, assuming that I have debug stuff enabled, which I do not. Never mind that then. I was going to show you what the 3D world looks like. But basically, yeah, you can look up and it will tell you about the sky. You can look down and it will tell you about the ground. You can look to the left and it will tell you about whatever's over there. Or you can look to the right and it will tell you about what's over there. There's positional audio, which if you're listening in stereo, you'll hear. It's not particularly complex. I don't think it needs to be particularly complex. It's meant to be quite minimalist in terms of the experience. And in the story, we have fallen down, been caught up in an avalanche and fallen down into this small valley, and we've broken our leg. And the first thing that we need to do is to find a branch that we can pick up, and then use that as a crutch to get out into the woods, or into the forest. Now, I haven't done all of this myself. I've done pretty much all of the programming. I started this for a game jam many years ago. And during the game jam, my dad was helping out. I don't think there's any of that original game jam code left, but he did a little bit of work on it in the beginning. Another composer friend of mine, Anton Real, I hope that's how his name is pronounced, has been doing the soundtrack for this. Another sound artist friend of mine, sound engineers, Foley artist person, Jasmine Serrano has done some of the audio recording for this, and I've also done some audio recording myself. But other than that, I've been the only person who's worked on it this year. As I said, the project had been on hold while I was working on Hive Time, so my other collaborators had not been participating really. But there are a couple of things that I did this year, following on from work that I did last year, that I think benefited the project. Sorry, when I say this year, I mean 2020. This year as in the year that we are talking about. And some other work that I done the year before. There are a couple of major sort of system overhauls that I needed to do. The first one is a proper raycasting solution. So in the interests of getting this game up and running and working as quickly as possible, rather than doing raycasting, because I've written my own engine for this, and I'm not using someone else's existing thing, in order to get everything up and running as fast as possible, I didn't bother implementing a raycasting thing. Now, raycasting is where you go, you kind of pick a point and you say, how far out do we have to go before we hit something, right? And in the case of this game, you've got your camera position here, and you've got the 3D world out here, and we kind of go, well, how far do we have to travel before we hit something? If we hit something, if we don't hit anything, then we're not looking at anything, and I just give you the general scene description. If it does hit something, then I give you the description of what you're looking at. So in this case, if I look here, this is the general description, we're not looking at anything, but if I look here, we're looking at the gate, and it tells us about the gate. Rather than implementing a mathematical raycasting solution for that, I just colored everything in the scene uniquely and asked the graphics card what the color of the middlemost pixel was, and that allowed me to effectively get the same result as raycasting without actually doing any of the work. And that meant that I could get the game playable in a week rather than, spend months, because I have a tiny maths brain, researching how to do that and implementing it and making it actually work. So that there is now a raycasting solution, and that opens up a bunch of other things that I can do. So now that I am doing raycasting, I know exactly where it is on the 3D model that you are looking, so I can sort of fade things in and out as you get close to the edge of the object, which I think will make a lot of the scene easier to read. I don't know if you saw, but it was flicking very fast between outside the gate and the road that leads northeast. There's only a little gap there, but having the text fade in as you get closer to, here it would kind of like not show much, and then as you get closer to the gate, that's when it becomes more visible, and it kind of guides you towards the objects that you're going to be interacting with. So, excuse me. Some of the work I did this year was in finalizing the raycasting stuff. I had done the bulk of it previously in 2000, and I think I'd done it early in 2019, but it still needed a little bit more work here. And the other thing that does is, because of the way I was asking the graphics card back for information of the last frame, that meant that the game itself couldn't process the next frame until the last frame had come back from the graphics card. And so that's effectively locking things to the rendering frame rate, meaning that the game could run at a maximum of whatever the graphics card was drawing, rather than potentially, it made it CPU bound. And so I couldn't get anything faster than 60 frames per second if the refresh rate of the monitor was 60 frames per second. Whereas now that I'm doing proper raycasting, that is now potentially asynchronous, and the game can send many frames to the graphics card regardless of what the graphics card is doing, and we can potentially, the graphics card's optimized to do things in a different way, and then it just allows the opportunity for things to happen asynchronously or in parallel. In a way that now allows the game to run very, very fast, which I quite appreciate. Another thing that I did, and so now that I've kind of shown just a tiny snippet of gameplay, I will switch over to the editor. Assuming that OBS will pick that up automatically, which it has. Thank you. A little bit of spoilers here. Another thing that I did was, so as part of writing my own engine, I've written my own editor tools here that allow you to do things. This is the very first scene that we were looking at. I think. Oh no, this is the fork in the road. Let's go back to the scene editor. Let's go back to the avalanche scene and edit that. So. In the middle here is where your camera is. This is the ground. Behind it is, I have to move that away to select it, but that's the sky. Here is the exit that we left to go to the forest. This is like a top-down view of what we were seeing. Here's the tree, and here's the branch beneath the tree, and the sun is up here. There are various sounds that are played around the place, And as with the Darkgroove editor, I wrote all of this by hand, and then wrote editor tools that were able to do the kinds of stuff that I was doing by hand, and that's all well and good. Again, rather than writing a massively robust file handling system, I just wrote whatever was needed at the time, and a lot of what made the file formats what they were was kind of inflexible, I suppose, and spread out all over the code base. When I wanted to add a new property to something, I needed to add it in the loading code, in the saving code, and I needed to write, GUI code for generating the editor interface for that, and then also like code for how the game actually interacts with that stuff. And one of the things that I spent a lot of time on in 2020, and again continuing on work that I had started in the previous year, was to create a generic file definition handler that, excuse me, would allow me to define, a field or property of an object, and then automatically be able to load and save stuff based on that definition. And so this meant that if I wanted to add a new field, there's only one place that I need to add it, and then write the logic for the game to do whatever it needs to do with it, and then that's that. The other benefit that I get from that is that it gives me the scope to start looking at versioning the file systems, start versioning the file formats that I'm using. So this version of the game uses a file format that was written during that jam back in 2014, and the data files are plain text, and I don't plan to change that, but they're not very descriptive or obvious, I suppose. It's kind of got like the first 3 characters for scenes. The scene definition is different from object definitions, which is different from the game configuration definitions. So for title, you put a TT and then a space, and whatever text follows that will be the title. For the description, you put DD and a space, and then that will be multi-line until you do 2 caret symbols on a line on their own, followed by a space. And all that stuff's functional, but I would like to have the flexibility to change that while still allowing the game to be backwards compatible with the old formats. So what I've got now is I've got these kind of lists of individual file definitions, but then those are stored into like a file version. So there's like a scene, and it has a title and a description and a property, a description and a few state things and a color and a name and all that sort of stuff. And the definitions for how that is read is stored into the version 0.1 version of that file type. And then later on, if I want to add something or I want to change something, then I can make a version 0.2 and only put the changes in there, and it will fall back and use the old version for things that haven't changed since then. And that makes all of that a lot easier to maintain. It makes, for me as like the engine developer, but it also makes things a lot easier to maintain for game developers who are using these tools to make their own games. So that file version stuff both makes the engine more backwards compatible and more robust, and it makes my life easier when it comes to implementing new features. And so that work had been a significant bottleneck for Winter's Wake, in terms of like the way that I was able to work and the kind of work that I wanted to do. I had contract work in 2016, 17, and 18 that made me less able to spend large amounts of time on the game, which is why raycasting and file version handling took so long to do. But then in 2019, Hive time became the focus. Having all of this work done means that the remaining work that I need to do in order to release the game is less, and that's good. So there's not like I haven't done any real content changes. Oh, there is one thing that I wanted to touch on, and I think I need to restart the game in order to do that. So I gotta remember the remember the editor config name. No, it's not there. It's what is it? I added some you know what, I'm gonna have to look back at my notes for this. This is enormously embarrassing. Where are we? So I've in conversation with a player who is sight impaired, unsighted, vision impaired, blind. I'm not necessarily the best person at navigating the most appropriate terms. In discussing the game with them and talking about their experiences of playing the game. Here we go. This is what I want. And so I will run the game again, and we don't need to run it in editor mode anymore. Let's put that over here. So what this does is that I would like to find a way to integrate the game with screen readers, which is the technology that, or the assistive technology that's used to sort of turn text in a piece of software's graphical user interface, or the content, if you're using a web browser or an email client or a word processor or whatever, to turn that into something that's audible. So it identifies the text and then reads the text out in a synthesized voice. And I would like to be able to integrate with those, because people who use those tools will have those tools configured the way that they want them, right? They will be using a voice that they're comfortable listening to, it'll be using a speaking speed that they're comfortable hearing, and that sort of stuff. And I would like to be able to provide that kind of feels familiar experience when it comes to somebody who relies on those kinds of technologies playing Winter's Wake. So I don't have that at the moment, but this player had been using a piece of OCR software, optical character recognition, which basically takes a screenshot and turns that into text that can be read. And we'll see here, this is quite loud. I'm gonna turn it down. The text that used to scroll here with this new setting is paginated, and when it goes to another page, it will play a sound, and that way the player will know that it's time to do another read of the screen. Which it should do any moment now. Oh, hang on, no, it's a lot slower than that. There we go. So we don't need to do that. And same again when it comes to like looking at different objects. You'll see that the down here the ellipsis that used to be like the kind of click to continue prompt is now replaced with a text description of what the action is. So any actions, like we saw a hand icon for when you pick up the branch, that'll now say pick up instead of continue. The compass, which was kind of visual, graphical, is now replaced with like actual degrees. Anytime you go onto an object, it plays a high-pitched tone. Anytime you go off an object, it plays a low-pitched tone, to help make it easier to know when you're moving across things and when you might need to do the optical character recognition thing. Yeah, I was super happy to, these aren't necessarily things that will benefit a lot of people, but they're, and again, if I do manage to do the kind of screen reader integration that I would like to do, this will not necessarily be the way that people will prefer to play. But I'm glad to have these things in, and obviously the sounds are temporary. They're just the menu sounds, and don't necessarily aren't necessarily a good fit for this. They need to be distinctive, and I think they can kind of get lost here. But I'm very, very happy to have had them in, and the file version work that I did made it much easier for me to implement these things in a way that wasn't just a quick and dirty thing, but was instead something that will potentially last the release version of the game. So yeah, that's kind of cool and fun. And now that I've got debug mode enabled, I can actually show you the the 3D scene that you're seeing here. Initially, I wanted to do like complex, typical game geometry, so that you could kind of trace the contours of things, and maybe that would be interesting. But it turned out that just large blobby shapes were easier for players to read and just generally more enjoyable to play with. So it stuck with that. But yeah, you can see it says pick up branch there. And now if we go here, the action is exit. So we get to do that. Yeah. So it's still the same game, but it's accessible in a different way that I'm quite happy with and proud of. So that's kind of all the Winter's Wake work that I have to talk about, which is one second. Yeah, that leads me on to the last game that I was going to talk about, which is this game here called Match It. Anybody who watched last year's stream will recall Phrase Flummoxer, which was a game that I made for as sort of like a general purpose tool to be used to run like a phrase guessing game, but I made it to replace a sort of more cumbersome show and hide painting application layers solution that another developer was using as part of their streams for like giveaways and stuff, and that's Transolar Studios. Or just Transolar? I can't remember whether they include... I think it's just Transolar. Let's find out. Transolar Games, it is. There we go. Which is headed up by Laurie and Corey Cole, who are the creators of the original Quest for Glory, which, again, anybody familiar with my work will know that Winter's Wake is a little bit inspired by Quest for Glory. So there's some nice... synergy there. They're working on some new games, and I'm actually doing some contract work with them, so that's nice too. But yeah, so they had this kind of like memory game where and I will invite everybody in chat who is interested to just throw grid coordinates at me, and I will I will flip the cards appropriately, and we'll see if we can uncover this image. But yeah, they'd been doing this with, like, they had a layer for the underlying image, but then they had a layer for the card back on top, and then also the card front once you flip it, and then they had to scroll through the list and find the ones that matched, and then show and hide, and if they didn't match, then unshow and hide them without revealing the image underneath. And it was quite an involved and awkward process, and I was like, I can do this fairly quickly as like a HTML thing, like I did for Phrase Flummoxer, and this has a couple of hurdles. Someone in chat has questioned that there is no chat integration, and obviously yeah, I did this, I think, before I'd done chat integration for Hive Time, and obviously this is not using the same tech as Hive Time. I may just remake all of these in Godot and make it all automated. But I think for the kind of thing that Transolar is doing, that they kind of like talking to and interacting with the people rather than just having the people interact with the thing. But yeah, feel free to I will do some things just to get things rolling. But I made this as like, I wanted to make some like generic assets to go with it. They've got like all their own logos and all their own fronts and backs. So this back is like vaguely inspired a little bit by the back that's on the Hand of Fate cards. Has a similar kind of S shape to it, I suppose, but this is much more simple and a little bit more abstract and a little bit more circle focused. And then for the fronts, I was like, okay, well, I'll do some polygonal shapes. Well, I guess they're geometric shapes because they're not all polygons. And they actually count upward, so there's a one-sided shape, a two-sided shape, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then those filled and outlined. So there's 12 cards, and also 2 jokers, which are spirals in this. So if you do 2 cards and it doesn't match, then they'll turn back on their own. Or if you click immediately, then it will flip them over. And so yeah, the goal is for players to guess at some cards, and then try and remember where a pair is so that they can match, and reveal the image below. And I am very excited about revealing the image below, because this is something that nobody has seen before and that I haven't yet had a chance to talk about. So I will be we'll be talking about that as it gets revealed, but for now I will talk about this stuff here. And again, if anybody in chat would like to throw some grid coordinates at me, I will be very happy to not be oh no, there's one of the jokers. So if you hit a joker, the idea is that you lose your turn and someone else gets to guess. So we've got a C2 in chat, which is a square, and so if you throw pairs of coordinates at me, that's a bit easier. I don't think we had another square, so I'll just pick another one. Hey, it's not a match. CSS3 has some transition things that are available to do these kinds of 3D transforms. Oh, here's a 2-sided shape, and the filled version. And the other spiral, hooray! So there's only 2 jokers, and you get to clear them once they're matched. In the way that the Transolar streams were running things, if you managed to get a match, then you would be able to guess what the underlying picture is. That is not going to be an option at all here, because nobody knows what this picture is. Nobody has seen this picture. Where was it? It was here somewhere. It was here somewhere. There it is. What else have we got? Triangle. Where was the triangle? It's a triangle here. Ah, close. I don't remember where the square was either. There's a square here somewhere. There it is. It gets to a point where you're just like, I'm just click randomly and find something. There's a triangle. Okay. I was just inviting the artist who drew these, because I didn't have time to paint these myself. I invited another artist to collaborate on these with me, but she is not available to join via voice. But her name is Albuffalo. It's the same person who did the Hive Time fan art that we showed off earlier. And I am just really happy with the work that she's done. So I think at some point I'm going to remember where things are. Oh, there's a circle. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. So I think it's pretty clear that that this is egg related at the moment, which makes this piece is actually Hatcher, a piece of concept art inspired by the game that I was hoping to prototype last year and likely will be prototyping this year. I gave Albuffalo as much latitude and leeway to do what she wanted with this. I had a little, like, very brief sketch that I'd done that was just like someone holding an egg up to their face to watch and make sure that it was okay and ready to hatch. And it was much less dynamic and much less interesting than this piece. Hatcher is, and I'll continue to talk about Hatcher while we move on to the next image. But in Hatcher, the idea is that you play as a person who hatches eggs in a world where everything hatches from eggs. And so people come to you to make sure that their animals, creatures, friends, whatever, are hatched safely, that they are born into the world in good health and good in a good state, and so some of the gameplay, well, that's a solid one. I'm not paying attention. I can't talk and do this stuff at the same time. Some of the gameplay is about, learning and identifying what is good for a particular type of egg. Is that a square? No, one of these was a square. Nope. I got no idea. Oh, never mind then. That was a circle. No, that was a circle. One of these is a circle. I swear. That's a field circle. It's a field triangle. There's a circle. Okay. So yeah, part of the game is like researching, and part of the game is like actually executing and observing what a different egg needs, or what an egg has to do. And so there's that kind of like interacting with animals that other people don't necessarily interact with in the same way. Elements that was there a triangle here? There was. Good. Okay, I'm not going mad. That the farrier had. There it is. There's like disturbing number of guesses down here. Yeah, so there's those kinds of elements of the farrier in there, but also a lot of it's just about nurturing life, and there's a circle here somewhere. I saw it before. I don't know where it is. No, there it is. What? And yeah, I find that kind of like whole nurturing things thing is exciting and interesting, and I'm looking forward to exploring that. Like, it's gonna be a cute game like Hive Time was, but it's gonna be a little bit less. It's going to have some management sim aspects, I suppose, or some base builder aspects more, in that you will be, accumulating and acquiring new equipment to hatch different types of eggs with. But it'll also be a little bit more, personal, I suppose, and character driven. In that you're going to be interacting with a community of people who rely on your services. There we go, triangle, hooray! Oh, come on, where is the square? There's the square. Yeah, you're going to be having all these people who you interact with and have ongoing relationships with, and build stuff over time. When I've been pitching it, I've been describing it as a Tamagotchi meets Animal Crossing meets Neko Atsume. So some of it's about kind of just nurturing the thing and looking after the thing in the same way that you would for a Tamagotchi, and I just hit an eject button. Some of it is about how do you some of it's just about like collecting stuff. Like, you want to hatch every type of animal, you want to hatch every type of egg, you want to get every piece of equipment and learn everything. Maybe there'll be a little scrapbook with everything in it, in the kind of way that Neko Atsume invites players to collect things in a way that doesn't necessarily mean taking stuff away from other people or taking stuff away from the world. It's about appreciating the things, rather than sticking things in cages, or balls for that matter. And then from Animal Crossing, I think it's going to be that kind of third person camera, and a kind of cute visual style, I'm really looking forward to exploring that. Which brings us on to the next thing that okay, hang on. I got ahead of myself. The work that I did, and I guess I don't have anything visual that I can show off, but I did a lot of work on the concept of Hatcher and what it would be, and I did some budgeting work on like how it would be structured and how it would be planned out and how I would go about working on it as part of the funding that I was hoping to acquire needed that sort of work. So I've done a bunch of administrative stuff and a bunch of concept stuff, but Albuffalo did that nice piece of concept art that we just saw to kind of help give me something to anchor the discussion around today. The other thing that she did a piece of art for was another project that I did a lot of concept. When I say lot, I mean I've written a story outline, I've written a bunch of character notes, and I've written some gameplay stuff and a bunch of other things. But I have this game idea that I would like to write. I went away for a weekend, and it was meant to be a weekend away, but I took some work with me, and I was like, oh, this weekend away I can use to take away from Hive time, and I'll just work on some Winter's Wake stuff and cross some things off my to-do list and feel good about that. Instead, what I did was I spent 2 days working on the concept for another project, because that was just where my motivation and excitement and enthusiasm was, and that felt like a far healthier thing to spend my time on when I was feeling a little bit overworked. And that project was this, called, at the moment I'm just calling it Starfighter. That's probably not what it will be called, but it grew out of thinking about, anybody who's familiar with my articles will know about my Star Wars game history article, in which I talked about and did a massive interactive timeline on the history of licensed Star Wars games. And I made no secret about X-Wing and TIE Fighter being very important works to me, as games that I enjoyed a lot and as games that inspired, engaged my imagination a lot. And when I heard that, I think it was EA, were going to be making Squadrons, which is kind of a new Star Wars arcade flight sim game, I was like, well, I don't think it's really going to focus on or resonate with the things that I specifically liked about those games myself. And for me, TIE Fighter is kind of the pinnacle of that series. It has the most interesting stuff happening. I'm going to turn my light up a little bit here because it's gotten bright outside now, and yeah, contrast is getting a bit different. Yeah, so TIE Fighter was interesting, and a lot of that was down to there is a sense of intrigue that happens, in that you are not just a pilot in the Imperial Navy, but you're also a member of this kind of underground. Let's go brighter. Can we go brighter? No, that's it. That's as bright as we're getting. It got brighter outside. Yeah, you get to be a member of this kind of hidden order, and so there are bonus objectives that are kind of unrelated to the core thing, and it created this sense of there being like this intricate and interesting world happening around the game, and mostly you explore that through these kind of mission briefing sequences that play out using like point and click adventure style dialogue sequences. And so you kind of meet with this shady agent in a side corridor or hidden room or whatever, and then they tell you about some stuff and you can ask them about things and whatever. And I was like, that kind of like character oriented stuff felt much more like it kind of deepened the experience of just playing the flight combat stuff. And I was like, if I made a game that was following on from what I liked about those games, that would definitely be a focus, like that would be a core part of the game. And I was like, well, what would that be about? I'm not really so interested in writing about military campaigns and hidden secret orders that brand their people and are a cult and stuff. I mean, that's interesting. It's interesting to play. It's just not exciting for me to write about or to make. And I was like, well, what if instead of what if instead of being like this kind of big military thing that you're involved with, what if instead it's like, all right, here we go. What if instead it's like the last Starfighter, wherein it's just some kid in some kind of backwater town that's getting through their kid problems by playing an arcade game. And I'm less interested, again, less interested in the whole, oh my god, it turns out to be real thing. So thinking more along the lines of like, you know, The Last Starfighter is not really an inspiration there, just more of a nice touch anchor point for like, hey, kids in a feeling like he's isolated in some kind of backwater town, and then, you know, finding this kind of arcade game is the thing that he spends his life on during those years, during those angsty teenage years. I'm thinking more along the lines of say The Wizard, which I think is it's either late 80s or early 90s film, in which some kids go to compete in a Super Mario Brothers 3 tournament. They like run away from home and have a road trip and stuff, while they learn to grow up slightly and build their identities as people a little bit more. And also things like Stranger Things, I guess, whereas like a bunch of friends, again, in the midst of other stuff happening, learning about who they are and who they want to be. And so I was like, you know, that maybe that kind of thing is interesting. And so instead of meeting with like some cult leader dude between your missions, you're like hanging out with other kids during missions, and maybe there's some kid who's like super into like trying to reverse engineer these arcade games and has like some of these technical gameplay tips for you about how to play. Or maybe there's someone who's like super into the lore and has like other things about like the story and stuff that you can learn from them, but also some like just general, what does it mean to be a kid and live with kid problems and deal with kid problems? What does it mean to deal with school problems and family problems, and how do you go about reconciling who you are and who you want to be, and have all of that play out alongside this you know, this kind of flight combat game, and that allows me to make the sort of combat stuff of the flight combat game a little bit less heady, and, you know, a little bit more abstracted. It's just a game that some kids are playing, as opposed to it's a war that some dudes are fighting. And that's interesting and evocative to me. So I don't know when I would be working on Starfighter, but you know, the in-game game that they were playing was going to be like Space Wing 3 or something nice and really corny. I also want to, like, you know, maybe the arcade's going out of business and this is the last arcade, and it's like, how do we deal with like moving into a new era, and that being you know, a reflection of these kids kind of having their coming of age moments and stuff. You know, like, I think there's some interesting synergies there as well. And then that can hopefully be mirrored as well in like the space mission stuff, in terms of, you know, the pacing and tone and of what is going on with the in-game narrative. You know, just put a game within a game to make it really hard to talk about your work. But yeah, so that's something that I spent a little bit of time on, like a solid weekend, and felt like I got a lot of work done. My goodness, why is it so bright out there? I'm gonna have to open the curtain. All right, there we go. I'm less of a mushroom sitting in the dark now. Marginally though. Yeah, so that's kind of really all I wanted to talk about for Starfighter. Starfighter, like Hatcher and like Into Darkgroove Forest and like Hidden Star and the Farrier, is a concept that I'm really buzzed about. I'm really excited about. I'm really kind of keen to sink my teeth into that. But I don't know when I might be looking at that that's on the back burner. But Albuffalo's art here, and this was the one that we kind of back and forth a little bit more on. I had some more solid ideas. Again, I provided her with a layout sketch, which is not really the same as what we have here. It did have the arcade machine in the middle. It had the kid leaning against the arcade, kind of looking off into the distance, looking off into their future a little bit. It had a space on one side and a street scene on the other. But my sketch was much more rough and much less interesting, and didn't have this wicked rainbow thing going on here. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to explore this piece and find this, out where this piece should go. And I suppose okay, I'm not as prepared as I wanted to be, and I have the hiccups again, and that makes makes streaming awful and awkward, but it's fine. I should have had a link to Albuffalo's art station, which I cannot seem to put my hands on right now. So I'm gonna guess the URL. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And Albuffalo also has some stuff on the Valve for fans by fans store, which is pretty exciting, and there's some cool and impressive work. Albuffalo's also done some fan art for Hand of Fate, and also some fan art for some of my other projects, like Ruben the Claw Troll. It was very touching to see. But yeah, it's been an enormous pleasure to work with her at very short notice on these two pieces here. I am very thankful and very happy for her contribution and the opportunity to collaborate on these, which kind of is it. That's really all I had to talk about this year. I had hoped to spend 20 minutes per game, but once again, that's not how it panned out. I want to thank Peter. I want to thank Aubrey, Miriam, Systemchalk, Nemoder, and Albuffalo once again for joining me today and for collaborating with me on the stuff that I've talked about today. 2020 has been a year of great uncertainty for a lot of people, and I, towards the end of the year, felt like I could say that I got through it fairly unscathed, but that was not to be. The end of the year had a lot of very difficult life changes that had very significant impacts on my work and the way that I was able to approach doing my work, and those will have repercussions through the coming years. And I don't necessarily want to get too bogged down in that stuff. If anybody's keen, I've talked about it on my Patreon thing enough. You can go and read about it there. But for the year ahead, I'm looking forward to getting Winter's Wake ready to ship, and to working on Hatcher and hopefully pursuing the funding opportunities that I have in mind for that moving forward. So thanks again to everybody who joined. Apologies for two people in chat who were hoping for something a little bit more interactive. These streams are usually go so far over time that I need to try and stay as focused as possible, and when I have the guests on, I need to make sure that they are the focus as well. So there's less room for chat interaction there, but I am thankful for everybody who has dropped by and offered some kind words and comments on the stuff that we were talking about. I will do more chat friendly streams for other work in the future. But in the meantime, I'm going to sign off and just generally be bad at ending a stream. So thanks again to everybody, and we will play some Hive Time music to go out with.